Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number, what is this? 416? I think so. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, we do things the old way today.
Yeah.
How are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. You know, I got up stupid early, or more accurately, like I went to bed so late that it was like, I'll just take a 2-hour nap.
Yeah. Right.
It's fine. I don't know. I got like a weird, it really sucks sometimes because like I get these really consistent spikes of energy at like 1 a.m. where like, you know, I think I'm going to go edit a bunch of old footage that I haven't looked at in a long time. And I'll be up for like hours. And I'm just like, I don't know why that happens at like 1 a.m. for me.
And then you won't publish it.
Oh, I've made so many videos that I just haven't posted. Insane. It's ridiculous. But yeah, so I'm just, I feel a little bit off, but I feel fine. Like I had some waffles and bacon.
Nice. Waffles and bacon.
No eggs. I'm out of eggs, unfortunately.
Oh.
Which is a bit of a bummer, but
egg.
I'll rectify that soon.
Egg. Yeah, I was up really late. I'm always up late, but I was up unusually late last night because we are filling our pool up. So like they put the liner in finally, and you have to fill it with a hose. You fill it with a hose. I mean, you could buy water from a truck or whatever, but it's expensive. Dude, it takes days. So like at certain levels, you just have to keep checking it. So when it gets certain levels, you cut it off, and then they have to do certain things. So it's just like I had to monitor this thing, and so they started filling it a while ago. Then yesterday they were like, all right, this should be done around 8 at night, where it needs to be depending on like your water pressure. I'm like, okay, cool. And then it wasn't until like 4:15 in the morning that like I was able to that I was actually able to shut off, because I had to keep going outside and like checking it. I probably looked like a psychopath if any of my neighbors would have seen me. I had a Coleman lantern, like one of the electric lanterns, looking like Paul Revere.
Oh my God, that's like awesome.
Broke down Paul Revere. So yeah, I'm fucking shocked because I had to keep fucking monitoring that, but everything's going swimmingly otherwise. Pardon the pun. No Dustin today.
Right. That's right. He had his kid.
Yeah, Leon Furman. I asked him, so we FaceTimed with them, and you know, quote unquote, met the baby and saw Holly and everything. Everyone's doing well. I asked him like, what's the middle name, and he told me, but he didn't say it publicly, and he doesn't want to say it publicly, probably to protect the kid's identity. But it's dope. I'm typing it into the chat now, and I was like, oh,
that's cool.
Yeah. Very nice.
Very good.
It is Leon, Colin, Dustin, Chris, Furman.
Right. As we predicted.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, or coerced.
Right, exactly. Twisted his arm. So it'll just be me and you for a while. Dustin will come back when he's not going to be able to stay away from the show for more than a few weeks probably, but he'll be off like from work for a while, but I think he wants to come back to the show sooner. So we'll just keep it to me and you. I was playing around with the idea of guests, but I'm like, I don't know.
It's a hassle to schedule people.
Yeah.
I get it.
There are people that I think there are people that do an awesome job on Sacred Symbols Plus in their own shows. Brad, obviously, Radic and Sandeep and all these guys that I love, but it's like, you know, this is the way the show was for years.
Yeah.
A lot of people just don't remember maybe or weren't around. I mean, there's still a lot of listeners from that era. So I think this will be good. It's good to see you, Chris, and good to be here today. Talk about video games. Lots of news to get through as well. Things we're playing, happenings in the industry. The ironic thing, I think we'll talk a little bit about it probably in the comments at the end, but it's like a lot of the news right now is just with Xbox. So everything that doesn't seem to talk about that seems to be kind of like, whatever.
They are kind of, they're in such an awkward position because they've never been in like a worse position as far as like their brand goes, but they're also kind of like the bell of the ball and kind of the center of the industry right now. Like as far as like what people are talking about and what people care about, it's a fascinating mix of, it's a fascinating thing to inhabit like a multifacet of. Like that's a very strange place to be, but all the news is Xbox.
Yeah, and some of it affects us here on the show, but not really. I mean, we have to see. I mean, some of the studio closures, I guess, and things of that nature will affect our output. The stuff with Senua, I think, is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that I don't think we'll talk about it later, but the idea that they were like, yeah, we kind of knew the game wasn't going to come out. We just wanted to give them a chance to like promote themselves. And I'm like, why would anyone want to publish a third Hellblade game? Who's gonna do that?
Yeah.
Who? Why would anyone want to do that? Remember people used to make... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Gers.
Why would anybody want to do that if you yourself are like, we don't want to do it?
Yeah, we don't want it. You can have it.
I don't know, man.
It reminds me, remember people used to really bust my balls about me saying like, why would Xbox ever buy Ninja Theory? And it was like a thing that circulated and people clipped it and stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't know why you bought Ninja Theory. But nonetheless, and then people are like, Sony should buy it. I'm like, why? Because they made Heavenly Sword 20 years ago. Come on, man. We don't need any more studios. We don't want, and I don't want these scraps either. Give me a break.
Yeah.
But yeah, all this, everything's happening with them, and I think everyone's just in a posture of waiting to see what happens. But it looks pretty bleak. I got to be honest. So, and I think there's a lot of delusion about what's going to end up happening here. If they do spin off Xbox and end up getting investors, that's the end of the hardware. So they better hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
No one's gonna subsidize Xbox's hardware, except for like the $1 trillion company. So
yeah, it feels kind of bleak on that end. I mean, like they do, again, I've said before, and we've said before on the show, like they have a bright future as a third party publisher, man.
The brightest,
they
maybe.
Do. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they've got a lot of good IP, stuff that people are excited for. I mean, Forza alone is like, and Forza is like the least interesting. Forza is the least interesting thing to me, and that does gangbusters all the time. So, like, I mean, they're not. It's not. They don't make shoddy software generally. They do, but like they make great software too. It's just that box, man. They can't justify the box.
Yeah, it's hard. It seems like they'll probably go the OEM route maybe or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, and we'll talk about PlayStation 6's Sony's plans with PlayStation 6 because there's indications that they might actually delay. As well, although I think it'll be hard to do so. We have much to talk about today in that regard.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll find the news and the seams of all of this much bigger news. People always bust balls. Like, you guys always talk about Xbox. I'm like, well, to be fair, the company we cover doesn't really say anything or release any games. So
right.
So we're doing our best over here. But welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Good to have everyone out here with us as usual. We are fast approaching our 8th anniversary in a couple weeks.
That's right.
Which is interesting. The show's just been going and going. It won't end. It won't stop. And we're so pleased about that. So thank you for your support over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. You can join us over there for $1, $2, $5, $10, or $25 a month. It's your choice. $5 is the sweet spot. I think we have like, I don't know, 9,000 or 10,000 people or something sometimes at that I haven't really looked recently, but at that spot, that's where most people are, in other words. So go check us out over there if you'd like. You get early ad-free access to all the shows in our network, including Sacred Symbols, of course, which is our flagship, but there's a bunch of other shows in our network that others do about the other consoles and gameplay and all the rest. And you can submit your inquiries to all the shows on the threads in the newsfeed on Patreon. As you do here, our threads go live on Wednesday afternoons for Sacred Symbols. Get access to the Discord. You can use RSS and Spotify links to circumvent your access to Patreon and just get your audio sent directly to you. Sacred Symbols Plus, of course, is a major supplement that we publish every week for patrons only. We have a few things going. So we did Sacred Cross Duke last week. I did it with the Dukes. People really liked that episode. That was fun. The Saros conversation is up with the director of the game, plus the review discussion and spoilercast. The 007 review discussion and spoilercast goes live this weekend. You were on that, Chris.
Yeah.
How did that go?
That was great. Yeah. That was my first time meeting Jason, right?
Like, Jason Polanski.
Yeah. That was a great show. He did a great job hosting too. He really knows his 007, and it was fun to geek out a little bit about it and learn a little bit. We had like a nice pop quiz at the end, which I thought was kind of fun.
Cool.
So yeah, definitely check that one out. That was a fun one to do. Great game. Also,
it's so good.
It's a fun game to talk about.
It's a fantastic game. We've had some really great games this year. I think we've had 3 or 4 like actual banger AAA games this year so far that I've played. I'm sure there are others. I just haven't played them.
Yeah.
So look forward to that. And so that would be going live. Pragmata, I told a lot of people were disappointed because Pragmata is my favorite game of the year. So it would be good to talk about, but we felt like we were losing time or whatever, but we are going to do it. I'm going to record it tomorrow for when we're recording. So the day this goes live, I won't put it up at some point in the future. I've been playing through that on insanity mode. It's pretty hard.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So please look forward to that. And then, yeah, we'll spool up Chris's idea of doing like a Bungie conversation, I think, soon. There are also some good interviews coming up that I think I'm trying to get slotted for this summer. So please look forward to that. Sacred streaming, Mondays, 1 p.m. Had a meltdown on the stream last week. Although I was having a lot of fun with it. It was a really funny and fun stream. Xenomorph Moriarty wrote into us and said, "Hey fellas, what was up with all the projection on Monday's stream? Can't remember the last time I saw you go full retard like that. Hope all is well. And congrats to Dustin and Holly." I was having a great time. People were saying it felt spiritually like an old show I did called Colin and Greg Live on Twitch many years ago, which was an insane show. And I was like, yeah, I'm weird and I like just being crazy. So it was a lot of fun. I'm glad people were enjoying that. We'll be back on the streams every Monday at 1 p.m. And of course, you can watch those in VOD as well.
I saw you keep pulling up that that, because sometimes I'll like skim through lives just to see like what the questions are. And you didn't have any questions pop up at all, but you did have that video of like some dude praying to Donald Trump.
Yeah. I love that.
And that came up like 7 times, it feels like.
I just kept playing it over and over again because it's so funny. Because I kept saying like, help me, Dustin Furman, help me. And then I was like, oh my God, it's like that video. And I love that. That video is so weird. Like, what is help me, Donald Trump?
That's a sad video to me.
It is sad.
It's really like spiritually depressing.
I noticed that about both videos that I showed that day because some people were like, that's sad. And I'm like, okay. And then I also showed the Bring Out the Olives video, which is a favorite of mine.
Oh, and Maury or?
Yeah, Maury Povich.
Yeah.
And people are like, it's kind of sad. And I'm like, come on, man. It's not sad. That's woman crazy. On that clip claims that when her grandfather died when she was young, he sat up in his coffin and his eyes looked like olives. So all of these decades, she's been afraid of olives. And I'm like, I don't know if that's sad. I think that's fucking psychotic.
That sounds fake as fuck to me, to be honest.
It does sound a little fake. Like,
what are you saying? Like how poorly did they embalm this body that his eyes looked like fucking olives?
It's ridiculous. And more, by the way, I've said it before about Maury Povich, but what a man, like what a guy he is. Love him. Love Maury Povich.
He's definitely a figure. I feel like I watched something about, oh no, maybe it was Jerry Springer. I get them. I honestly, like really in my mind, apart from like the very hyper specific details about them, like I get everything else mixed up with them.
Yeah. There was a Springer documentary, I think recently. I haven't watched it, but
yeah. It's interesting.
I loved Springer when I love Springer. Because what was fun about Jerry Springer was, and it's the same with Maury, it was just not as ridiculous, not as white trash or whatever. Is like Jerry Springer knew exactly what he was doing. And it was awesome. He's not a stupid man. In fact, he was like wasn't he the mayor of Cincinnati or something weird shit like that?
He had like a proper career and then he just pivoted in this very weird, very, very weird direction.
Like Springer, as a child of, born in the mid 80s, a child of the 90s, like coming to in the 90s, like everyone loved Springer. And it was like a touchstone. And it got more and more insane as time went on, which I loved. Like they started having like, do you remember this? Like this shit is so funny in hindsight. Like they would have like family reunions and they would have like a feast. You know what I'm talking about? Like they would have like actual, like they're going to have Thanksgiving dinner or whatever, just so it creates like this bedlam for someone to have to clean up later. It's like, what is going on here? And then Maury, what's so funny about Maury is Maury started as a normal like kind of daytime talk show with like different topics, and then he just leaned totally into lie detectors and father tests for like the last 10 or 15 years of his career. And it's like, and it's the same thing with Steve Wilkos. So Steve Wilkos, I think that's over too, but he comes from Springer, and then he would do the same shit over and over again. It's like, damn, these shows are funny, man. Very funny. God, I used to watch daytime TV. Doesn't seem like it's a thing anymore, but I used to stay home from school, right? And it would be like a thing, like where you would get this whole pantheon of shows you don't usually get to watch, and Price is Right or something, and it would always mark those days off. Like you feel like you were getting like forbidden knowledge.
That is interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Everything's streaming now. Like, I mean, I have some form of basic cable, or like I have some. I think I have YouTube TV because I got like some kind of, it was like thrown into some deal that I had for something else. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll have YouTube TV for whatever. I don't know how much longer I'll have it, but I've messed around with it, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's kind of interesting to channel surf, but like, what are you doing? It's not the same. Yeah, you can get everything immediately. Like, what's the point, really?
Right, exactly. Like, and people are on their phones now, and you just watch you. I have cable, like pretty deep cable, but I have it just for various like sports events or whatever. But I do appreciate this because my cable bill between like my TV and my internet is like $250 a month. And it's like, that's really expensive, but we don't want to like miss any sporting events on some deep channel, or like every so often you need something. I always felt like this as a kid. If you didn't have access to TV, you almost felt naked. I rented a beach house with my friends after high school, and we went to Fire Island, which is, off the southern coast of Long Island, famous like vacation spot. And we went and vacationed, and my friends knew that I was so addicted to television at night that they lied to me. And so like, they're like, yeah, we're going and we're going to do this thing. It's gonna be great. And I'm like, yeah, is there TV? Like, I want to watch, I was like, really, I remember so clearly what I was watching at night, like the Brady Bunch and like Golden Girls and weird shit like that. Like, I was just really into like, and they're like, yeah. And like, once you're on Fire Island, you're kind of stranded there. Like, there are ferries that go back and forth, but it's not like you can't. And so they got me there. Then I walked in and I'm like, where's the TV? And they're like, oh yeah, there is no TV.
Wait, so you went to Isn't that the island where that famous like massive party that was like supposed to happen ended up not happening and everybody got stranded there? Is that the same?
Oh no, that's Fire Fest.
That wasn't on Fire Island?
No, that was like in the Southwest. Yeah, it's totally different thing. Fire Island is known more. There's like a few. Fire Island has like a. When I was young, Fire Island had, I don't know if it's still this way, had a reputation of like, that's where the gay guys go to like to kind of like. That was like the thing, a specific part of it. But it got pretty fucked up in the hurricane in 2011, 2012, I think. It's like a barrier island. And so different thing. And it's like a very rich person thing that like people more middle class like go and do when they're younger. If they like, we rented a house and it was in 2002. And I think we each paid like $500 and there was probably like 10 of us. So I mean, you don't imagine how much it costs now. So it was like a once in a lifetime kind of thing for me at that point. What I remember about that too is, so I was like 18, is that there were these girls staying across, like they're like little roads you drive on golf carts. And there was like these girls that like liked us, but they were like older than us, like way older, like in their like late 20s, early 30s. And I remember one of them really liked me and she was like, are you really 21? Because we were drinking and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah. Like I that's like my big memory of it is like these girls thinking that we looked like, probably, especially boys look so prepubescent until they're like 25. It's like, you really thought we were like, in our mid or late 20s. It's like, so I'll always remember that. I also remember about that trip is that there's cops there, obviously, like Long Island cops. And we were playing beer pong on our porch underage, and these cops came up and they were totally cool. Like, what was really surprising because they were totally cool.
Oh, weird.
They're like, oh, what's going on here, guys? Like, yeah, all right, see you later. I think one of them like threw a ball or whatever, and then and I was like, geez, what's going on?
That was on the island?
Yeah.
I guess everybody's chill around an island, I guess.
Yeah, it's like an island that people from an island go to. So it's like an island's island.
Right.
Very peaceful and tranquil.
Yeah, not that hostile. Cops aren't looking to fight.
Right.
They're probably in a more they're probably in the headspace of like, I'm on vacation right now, even though I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm on an island. It's beautiful. I'm not gonna arrest people.
Understand that when we talk about this and I try to back up 5 or 10 minutes, I have no idea how I got on this.
No, yeah, I don't remember either.
I have no idea how we got into Fire Island and why that came up. Let's see. Merch, laststandmedia.store. Veruca Salt's dad about to suck off a shotgun wrote in. He did seem that way. He's one of the more subtly funny characters in the entire movie. Greetings, I have an idea for you, Colin, for your next physical game release. Why not be a real Willy Wonka and slip in 5 golden tickets into random game cases? The prize being an NPC in your next game. I don't hate that idea.
The
golden ticket. It's a nice idea. Yeah.
That's a fun idea. I don't know about that prize though.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's kind of a lot. But I like the idea. I've always liked the idea of the golden ticket. It's a great premise, for something. I didn't really quite like in this day of weights and measures and like all the exactness, like people would just be weighing boxes.
like entire cases and seeing like the baseline weight of the case and then like the slight gram it weighs more when it has a golden ticket in it.
Oh my god.
They would like totally ruin it because people do that with cards, I think, with like baseball cards and Pokemon cards. Like the foiled cards are a little heavier, I think. So like people weigh and they'll figure out like what's in what that way. It's not
so insane. I feel like I really feel disconnected from main culture, like mainstream culture, because I really earnestly just do not understand card games. Or like just the card collecting. Like I remember collecting Pokemon cards because it was just the thing that we all did. And I remember just liking, I like the art on them and I like the show and I like the game. So I was like, yeah, all right, dude, I'll collect Pokemon cards. But like the idea of like, yeah, I gotta get this one. Like I don't think I ever once in my life was like seeking out a specific Pokemon card, you know? Not once. Or any trading card really. Like it's so alien to me. I don't really understand it. But it's such a big thing right now.
It is
it's been a big thing for a while.
It has been. So. It's revived. Like, yeah, customizable card games came out in the 90s and they were kind of big and then they went away and then they like with Magic and stuff and then they came back. And I said it recently, it's like I played Magic in the mid and late 90s. Like I was actually kind of an old school Magic person at the time. And I knew even then that there were cards that people had that were valuable and expensive and good, but it wasn't even like people were talking about them for the price. They wanted them for their decks. And this is what we were talking about recently, right on the show is, what about the people that just want to play the game? And if you're one of the people that just want to play the game, why wouldn't you just print out like the cards or something like that? Like there's something weird about the whole thing that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It made a lot more sense in the 90s when you couldn't replicate things so easily. It's like how I feel about when I bring up Warhammer and I'm like, well, you can just 3D print these now. Like you don't actually need to do it. It's like it's like Pragmata.
Dude, I tell the story every now and again, and because it makes card collectors like really angry. But like I remember I woke up. I can't remember how old I was, but I must have been like 8, 9, or 10, probably like 8 or 9. And I woke up one day like late on a Saturday, and late on a Saturday is like 11, right? And I saw like on my dresser there was like a stack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'd never played Yu-Gi-Oh ever in my life, like never. I didn't even really know what it was at that time. Like I was more of just Pokemon, and that was it. And I guess like in retrospect, I think my great aunt had bought them for me because she thought I might like them. And so she left them on she didn't want to disturb me or whatever. So she like left them on, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's a little treat for when you wake up. But I woke up and I think at that time I was really into like aliens and like mystery and like Matrix shit. That I woke up and I was like, what is this? This isn't mine. I was like, oh, these must have just appeared here because it was like a glitch or something. And I threw them all out. I just tossed them in the trash. I only think it's a gift now because in retrospect I'm like, oh, that was probably just like they were just trying to not wake me up. But like every time I tell that story, people are like, I can't believe that. You know how
that's
much
so funny. That is, probably you just threw them away.
It's just like straight into the trash.
I don't know, man. I find the behavior of people around these card games to be distressing.
It is.
And like there are videos, so many videos, if you just go and watch them, of people like pillaging these Pokemon, like when they drop things at Target or whatever. And it's like, it's so lame, man. Like this isn't for you. And it's cool if you want to play, but just buy a normal amount of things. Like it bothers the fuck out of me. But I was a big hockey card guy when I was a kid. Yeah. And I really enjoyed that. And then yeah, Magic and I had baseball cards. I collected baseball cards for a while too, but I was you get the little book, like the little binders and you put the cards in the sheets. It's fun.
Yeah.
I totally understand it, but now it's become a thing where like it's just so money oriented and I'm like, where's the joy in it? Like I used to just enjoy getting the cards and reading the stats and putting them in and trying to complete teams. And I'm sure there are people like that still, but it just seems so commercialized in a way that is disappointing. And I honestly don't understand what the card companies get out of it. That's why I'm so surprised. I'm like, I would over manufacture everything. Who cares?
Yeah, because like they're not seeing the sky high profits from like, the resale. So
and
like,
imagine how cheap it is to make like you're licensing a person and then like in a baseball card or whatever, and then it's like you're manufacturing them for what, a fraction of a penny. I would flood the fucking market like crazy with them.
Maybe they just think they're getting away with highway robbery anyway, so like they don't want to fuck with whatever it is they got going on. Like they're selling paper.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're They're not. I'm not even being ironic. They're selling things that are ultimately the material that they display them in. You know what I mean? For like exorbitant, for like not absurd amounts of money, but like way more money than it costs to make. So like they probably just don't want to rock the boat at all. They're like, we got a good thing going here. Whatever it is we're doing, let's just stay the course and do this. I don't know how long this is going to go on. It'll go on for a while, probably, if we're good about it. But like they might be onto us at some point, because it is crazy.
And then there's all the grading stuff that goes on with it, the grading agencies and like the biases that people think they're there. Like I read this thing recently where people say like it's almost impossible to get a 10 rated or like a perfect rated unless you're like a known person in some of these, like a known Pokemon collector or anything like that. Then they'll give it to you or whatever. And I'm like, so
where do they even sell? Like I feel like where do they sell Pokemon cards? I feel like I've never even.
I think like Target, Walmart, those kinds of places, plus like probably, you know, enthusiast stores and online.
Are they? Well, I know. Yeah, I know enthusiast stores. Like I would imagine like Dragon's Den.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
When I was growing up,
the videos I've seen have been from like Target and Walmart. Like, well, they'll have a little stand or whatever, and then like it'll just be rated.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I guess maybe that's why I never see them.
Yeah,
because they're behind glass or something. Like they seem easy to steal. Also, that's what's confusing to me.
I think they come in like large boxes now, so it's not like the little like 10 cards in a thing anymore. I think they have those too, but I think the big things that are like the people want like the boxes of them.
Right.
And I think that's what they buy. Anyway,
good Lord,
fucking Christ.
This is what happens when it's just you and me. But
yeah, I know. In my mind, I'm like, this show will go a lot quicker.
No.
You know what I really liked in the late 90s, people might remember during the Star Wars revival, like before the prequels, was the Star Wars customizable card game. That was a good ass game. And when I went to private school, I used to walk to like this card shop afterwards and it's funny how capricious and insane I was with money. You know what I mean? Like, you ever think about that? I don't know if you were the same. I don't want to speak for you, but when I was a kid, it was like, my parents used to say to me, and I think it's common, it's like money just burns a hole in your pocket, dude. Like, and I never really understood what that meant until I was like, yeah, it does. Like, I cannot. Oh, I have $50. I'm going and buying a game. Oh, I have $20. I'm going and buying a CD. Oh, I have $10. I'm going to go to the movies. Like, I had no comprehension of like saving anything.
Right. No. Yeah. I was the same. I'm arguably still somewhat the same, because now I'm like, oh, well, my money's like literally losing value in my pocket.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, there's really kind of like, well, yeah, do I need a gimbal? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Like, why not?
You might as well buy whatever. That was the whole principle I said when I redid my pool, was like, I wanted to amortize that cost as much as possible. In my mind, I'm like, I'm amortizing this for a decade or more. And then Micah made the play. She's like, first of all, I'm sick of hearing you bitch about everything all the time. Second of all, like, it's just going to get more expensive. So you might as well just do it now. And I'm like, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And it's sad that we have to feel that way. Either you have to have your money in like really ambitious investments, or you have to just spend it.
Yeah, literally. Like, it really is kind of just doing you no favors, just sitting there. Like you are, I think, unironically, at this point in time, it's not always going to be this way, obviously. But like at this point in time, you're kind of better off just spending the money that you have. Like, obviously not to an egregious degree.
Yeah, don't impoverish yourself.
Yeah, don't impoverish yourself. But like I don't know. I'm looking around like, whatever. I might die tomorrow. Who cares? I'm gonna I'll order 5 guys on Postmates for an absurd fee. Why not?
So expensive. I know, it's ridiculous.
So stupid.
It's like $75 to get.
It's so insane. Like I remember when they must have been taking a loss or something.
Oh
for
yeah,
years.
Dude. Oh yeah. It used to be awesome. You know, it was like it was the same thing with Uber in like 2012. It's like, what? Like, it's like, you want to go across San Francisco for $7? Or I'm like, all right.
Yeah, like, dude, early Postmates was like the shit. Like, it really is crazy. Like, you were stupid not to do it, because it was just objectively just a better way to spend money and time. And now it's just like double the price of the meal you just bought. Like, no, I'll walk.
Yeah, I don't Postmate almost. I mean, it's been years since I've been, really since California, I would order a lot of food. But these days we might do it once a month or whatever. Yeah. You know, and only from very
more sparingly.
Yeah, like and we do it only from specific places, because we realize that like some of the places are really engineered and geared towards it. So like Chipotle for us is like really good over delivery. But if you buy something like Buffalo Wild Wings or something, it's all fucked up. You know, so like,
yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Chipotle's pretty good for it, actually.
Yeah, it is. And they actually have things that are only available to order on the app too, which is interesting. Like I really like the quesadilla, and you can't order that in person apparently, which I think is so funny. It's like, why not?
That is I had the quesadilla for the first time recently.
Did you order it? You must have ordered it on the phone.
Yeah, I said, because I think I saw it like it was like available for, I think it was like for free or something. It was they're doing like a deal. I was like, yeah, all right, fucking whatever. I'll get it.
They are pretty good. I think Chipotle is pretty good. I mean, it's I yearn for real Mexican food, and you have obviously great access to real Mexican food. I do not. So that's about as close as it is. That's what I miss most about California. I've said that many times. Is like Mexican food is probably my favorite ethnic food, and
that's so funny.
And it's like it's just not here. I mean, there's a few places, but they're shit. They're shit. Like that's the thing that bothers me. It's like when people say like, "Oh, there's a good Chinese food place here," and I'm like, "No, there isn't." See, that's the thing is that actually it isn't. You know,
it's hysterical to me because it's like I feel like I have like some like almost the reverse relationship to it. It's not that I don't like Mexican food. I really like it. But it is one of those things where it's like I grew up with Caribbean food and it's all the same ingredients, but like very different. You know what I mean? Like it's different rice, it's different beans. I guess there's no tortillas exactly to the same degree. So like whenever I get Mexican food, it's like everything's almost right, but it's all wrong. Like it's good still, but like it's not, you know.
I totally understand. Well, yeah,
that's not what I grew up with.
It's the same populations of people that were being brought to all these and migrating, colonizing all these places, and so they just had different interpretations. Dude, the tortilla is like a king in my mind. Like I eat so many tortillas that it's fucking comical. Flour tortillas specifically, the ones that corn tortillas are good. They're better for you, but they're not the same. They're fine, but
they're better for you. Therefore, you know,
right? Exactly.
They're not as they don't taste as good.
The flour tortilla though is a fucking
I do love the flour tortilla.
Banger, love it. Shout out to all the Mexicans. We love you.
Yeah.
You are loved.
You are loved.
It's funny. Value. Like Mexicans to me.
Oh.
What? Oh, you think I'm going to say something bad?
No, this is an awesome first couple words of a sentence.
Like you fucking scoffed.
Mexicans to me.
They're like honorary Americans. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like Canadians. We just can't really tell each other apart in a way, but Mexicans obviously are more distinct, both racially and ethnically and language and all the rest, unless you're like dealing with a Quebecois or something like that. Plus, we took like half their land, and that's like where you are right now. But I also, it's like, yeah, so it's like Tex-Mex and all that stuff. It feels like inherently part of us. You know?
Yeah, I would agree.
Like when I, it's like, oh, we don't want any illegal immigrants in the United States, this and that. I'm like, but Mexicans can stay. That's like kind of like that. I'd have a little caveat. You can stay.
It seems like a fair trade if you're gonna take like 50% of their entire land. But you should at least grandfather them in a little bit.
You can stay.
Yeah,
they're a wonderful people, the Mexicans. All right, I feel bad for them because their country is kind of like in disarray all the time. You know, they have like 2 states that are like totally narco run. Didn't we talk about it on the show that like during the last election, there was something like 70 political assassinations in Mexico?
I think so.
It's like, like people just getting killed everywhere, like so blatantly controlled by the cartels. That's the thing that I find a real shame about Mexico, you know, is like, and I said when I went there and I was like, I was so bummed by like the incredible level of destitution.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, man, this is right. It's right there.
It's like kind of a more obvious version of whatever was going on in certain parts of the United States in like the 70s and 80s with like the mafia and shit like that, where like it's just like where the Bronx was burning and like all that crazy shit, just like all this crime. Like, dude, I remember going, like my parents owned a furniture shop, like when I was like really really young. I think they sold in like 2000 or 2001 or something. So it was like really, really early. But I remember like playing outside of the furniture shop and my parents would be like, don't go by that building. That's like, I can't remember what my dad said, but he said something like, he used a word that I thought was so funny. It's not like a slur or anything, but he said like, it was like Italian. It was like something, it was like, I wish I could remember the word he used. Fuck. It's going to drive me insane. But he was like, there's some Italian shit going on over there. So stay away.
Yeah, he's like, that's where the live.
Yeah,
can't say that.
I don't think it was that. It was a lot sillier.
I'm gonna have Lock or bleep that. It'll be even funnier.
Yeah.
I'm Italian. I can say that. Okay.
But it was like, don't play in front of that building. That's old mob territory. And it's like, oh, interesting. I didn't think about that. I didn't put that together until I was later on. But I was like, oh. It's fascinating. Although by that point they were like, you know, even by that point in like early 2000s, it was like this wasn't really There wasn't even really remnants of that.
I thought you were going to say your dad drove a city bus and he was like, stay away from those guys. You don't want to be with those guys, but you were so attracted to them that you couldn't help but get ingratiated with them. And then you were like, but Dad, that's the Bronx Tale.
Dude, I knew, it's crazy. New York is so funny because like I knew so many people who were just like, yeah, he's in the mob, or he was. It's just, it is what it is. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that is what it is over here.
Yeah. We've talked about it a little bit on Constellation. I think that like on the Italian side of my family, like people were definitely deeply connected through my grandfather's generation, and then it seemed to kind of shake out after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was never really discussed and whatever. And my grandpa wasn't connected, but I think his brother was, and like some cousins. And I said before that like my mom had a guy, and it was like 1966 probably, take her on a date and like hit her.
Oh my God.
She came home and apparently like these guys went and fucked him up.
Yeah.
Like some of these dudes. So it's like,
that's awesome.
It's kind of interesting. Like she came home and she was crying, and I think my grandfather, her dad, was like, what happened or whatever. Then he like talked to some people, and then like they went and fucked this dude up. So it's like,
ah, boy,
the 60s were an interesting time. All right. But yeah, it's so funny thinking about that. Like imagine those people saw me. I'm like, yeah, I'm his grandson. And they're like, oh, good. You know, they're like, that's wonderful.
Right.
I also can't be made because I'm half Irish, so I'm not full Italian.
Is that the rule?
I would cap out at a soldier, I think. Yeah, I don't think I. It's
so funny how that would. The mob could never work in Puerto Rico. No one's full anything. It's awesome.
Yeah, like I can't be made. I always used to joke about that. I was like, yeah, I can't progress any further. All right, let's see. That's it? Yeah, I think that's it. Let's get into topics of the discussion. That's it. Yeah. Jason Vanover wrote in. I got to actually keep footnotes here, I guess. What should I do here? You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to number each of these. Just these inquiries. And then I'll have them, and then I can just type those in.
Yeah.
All right. So Jason Vanover wrote in. It said, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge all of the great Leons who have walked so future Leon could run. Leon Black of Curb fame, feared assassin Leon the Professional. I had a post. I used to go to like a movie. I don't know if you ever did something like this, but there was like a local video store, and they would get the posters and then they would give them away. And I used to just get whatever I could. And I remember getting like The Professional, which was so funny. I also got Interview with the Vampire and some other random shit. So they were just on my wall when I was a little kid. Spanish explorer Ponce de Leon, former New York Jet Leon Washington, and of course the current Leon GOAT Mr. Kennedy. To that list we welcome Leon, Chris, Colin, Dustin, Furman, a man I can only imagine will eventually take his place atop the Mount Rushmore of great Leons. All kidding aside, congrats to the Furmans for welcoming a happy and healthy baby into the world. There really is nothing better than being a parent. Cheers, boys. Am very excited. Baby has a perfectly round head. Very handsome. Already bought him. I tweeted out, I already bought him a mic. He'll be on the show. Right. He'll take Dustin's job at some point, and he'll be cheaper because he'll be new to the workforce. So we can take financial advantage of him. He's so desperate for the work.
Right. Oh God, especially by then.
Oh yeah. A lot of people wrote in about Leon. Appreciate it. Dustin, I'm sure we'll hear it. He appreciates all your kind words as well. I'm trying to just leave him alone now, and I'm sure we'll see him in the weeks to come.
Yeah.
Dante Martins wrote in and said, curious on how Dustin will dodge his wife to watch his ecchi. Is that how you say it? Or is it ecchi? I think it's ecchi. Anime during this period with a newborn baby. ECCHI me pronunciation. Etch rhymes with the English word schizo. Ecchi.
Okay.
And ecchi is...
What is that? I genuinely don't even know what that is.
Is a slang term in the Japanese language, according to Wikipedia, for playfully sexual actions. As an adjective, it is used with the meaning of sexy, dirty, or naughty as a verb. The word ecchi has been adopted by Western fans of Japanese media to describe works with sexual overtones. In Western culture, it has come to be used to refer to softcore or playful sexuality as distinct from the word hentai, which connotes perversion or fetishism. I don't know how he's going to do it.
Everything I've learned about, or I shouldn't say everything. Most of what I learned about anime has been against my will.
Yeah, I understand. I feel the same way. It's not even that it's necessarily against my will. It's that it's splash damage from the places that I am in. You know?
Right. That's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I like role playing games, and it's like, oh, do you like this? You know, and I'm like, oh no, I don't like that at all.
It's like fan service. You hear the word fan service, like that sounds nice. Why shouldn't the fans be service? And you're like,
oh boy.
No, okay.
Look at those breasts. Oh boy. So I don't know if I don't know how he's gonna get away with doing that. I'm sure we'll all watch with great interest, of course. Right. But he'll be fine. He'll be good. He already showed the kid One Piece. Did you see that video? Horrible.
No, I didn't see that.
They had
Is that
like
real?
They showed him like the intro like on a phone, and he was just sleeping. But I was just
that's the amount of psychological damage you're just allowed to inflict on a child immediately is awesome.
It is. It's funny. It's like, welcome to the world.
Yeah, welcome to the world. Nobody can tell you no. Basically,
yeah, they can't operate. Like they can't do anything. It is so interesting. Like it's not even necessarily mammalian. Like where like mammals pop out often and can walk, and like kind of like, and it's like a baby is just helpless. It's what's so fascinating about thinking about cavemen and like very primitive humans having these things, and they just like take care of them. It's just strange.
It kind of, that is the one thing about like just the way everything's evolved, where I'm like, how the hell did we manage this? Like it kind of doesn't make sense to me that we got so far having babies that can do so little. And by the way, are such a detriment to survival. They're loud, they smell, undoubtedly attract all sorts of predators. I guess that necessitates community, though, I guess, in a way that like it doesn't really like. I think that probably is the thing, right? Like so many animals can just like they're immediately fine, so there's no real need to form like communities in the same way.
It's interesting you say that, Chris. This is gonna make you laugh, but recently I was reading about things and it came up I like right clicked on it and started reading about it, the history of or the evolution of menopause. And it speaks to this. There's this theory in evolutionary science that menopause is uniquely human. There's only a few animals in the animal kingdom that basically turn off at some point, like their ability to females, the ability to like have children or whatever. And they were saying that the theory is that happens for that very reason, that it tries to encourage women to take care of other people's kids at some point. Like you basically use you go a little while, you have your own, and then it cuts you off, and then you have like this familial thing, and then you're like, oh, I'll help you with that now,
right?
And it stops, and it's so there was a reason I read that after all. Like I could actually share that information with someone. The evolution of menopause. I was like, that's so, because I never knew that. I just thought everyone kind of shut off, but that's not the case.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
It is. I'm so fascinated by evolution because it acts intelligently but passively. And it doesn't make sense for me. It's like, yeah, like it's for that end. And I'm like, but how did it know? Other than just the survival of those with those instincts. It's very strange, very interesting. I'm endlessly fascinated by it.
Yeah.
Because it sounds intelligent, but it's not.
It's completely, it's odd.
Like it's just random mutations. You know?
Yeah, like I was born without wisdom teeth, and that was like a thing. That was like, I remember my dentist told me, it's like, oh, that's weird. I remember he's like, oh, what's happening? And I think they said like, oh yeah, the people are evolving to not have wisdom teeth. And I was like, evolving. I was like a child when I heard like people are evolving. I was like, I'm gonna evolve, and I was thinking Pokemon because I'm a fucking idiot. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. Wisdom teeth are crazy though. Like I don't like that's a thing that happens.
Yeah, it sucks.
Thank God I didn't have to deal with that.
Mine were not impacted, meaning that they didn't. I still have all mine, but they made my teeth crooked as an adult, which is why I had to get Invisalign as an adult, because I didn't need braces when I was younger. Like it was a thing where I remember being like, so do we do it? Do we need it? And being like, you really don't need them. You're kind of lucky, you know? And then, you know, you're in college or an adult and they come in and they're like, boop. It's like, fuck.
I almost
it's good I didn't get them as a kid because it wouldn't have mattered. I would have had to do it either way, you know?
No, yeah. Yeah, it would have been a complete waste. I almost had braces, but then I lobbied. I lobbied against it. And my parents listened. I made a compelling case. I was like, Mom, Dad, I'm skinny, I'm small. I can't see. I can't do this.
Yeah, you can't do this thing.
Because that's like an infinite. That's like the Infinity Gauntlet with like all the everything wrong, everything that could be possibly wrong with like a young boy. I would have all of it. I was like, I can't do it. I'm gonna get killed.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get bullied. I'm gonna get bullied into oblivion. That's how I was. And then my parents were like, okay,
they understand.
I guess I also didn't necessarily need braces.
Yeah.
They just would have helped.
Sure.
But
yeah, it's like a rite of passage for a lot of kids these days.
Yeah.
I personally recommend, I mean, it's not even more expensive, is Invisalign is just so good. I couldn't believe, you like hear about these services and you're like, does it really work? Like, does it really, and it works and it doesn't hurt and it's fine. I'm like, yeah, it crazy enough, it did.
Right.
But everyone has their own experiences, of course. So I don't want to, you speak to your own oral health practitioner. Joshua Pierstorff wrote in, got to hit the enter button here. Says, hello, Sacred Crew. I want to congratulate Dustin and Holly on welcoming a new member into the Last Stand family. While talking to my wife about these events, my wife would like to know, Colin, would you like to be her father figure? Her dad died 2 years ago, and you are without child. This way, you can skip all of the gross baby stuff and still have someone to pass on your advice. I will let her listen for your answer. What do we mean here? Like, are you talking about like George Michael father figure? Or are you talking about like a literal father figure? Because there's an element of eroticism to what you're saying. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm not a fan of this.
I'm a married man. I'm a happily married man.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that regard, I can't be your father figure. But if you're really looking for if you're like, you have father problems, in other words, if you but if you really want like a 41-year-old man to give you advice, like,
right,
I could do that for you.
Sure.
I do feel like I know a lot more than I did when I was younger. That only comes with wisdom.
As long as her problems revolve exclusively around PlayStation.
Right. Things I know.
You've got a good figure here.
Plants, PlayStation, ketchup. I love ketchup. G.I. Joe.
Right. Yeah.
American history.
These are all the major food groups, right?
Right.
Here.
So I'm happy to be there but again, I need to father figure. It is
unfortunate. It is unfortunate that the internet has made it so that there is an element of discomfort around that concept. Because I feel like when I was growing up, that wasn't a thing. There's like a popular trend going, or not. Maybe it's not popular, and maybe it's not going on right now. Maybe it's an old trend or whatever from like a couple of years ago. But like there are these videos of I guess moms calling their husband's daddy in front of their kids.
Yeah.
And like all the kids are like, oh. But I genuinely think if I was like 10, like when I was 10, if I heard that, I don't think I would have thought twice about it.
Yeah, I get the same.
Like I genuinely don't think it wouldn't have even registered to me as anything weird.
Yeah, you get
not that they did that or whatever, but like it's just like it's, you know what I mean? Like there's something corrupting about the internet.
Actually, my aunt and uncle, I think, do that with their kid, and I don't feel it weird either. Like, oh, go ask daddy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Don't wake daddy. Remember that game?
What? That I hated that sounded familiar to me because I was like, what the fuck could I possibly know that from?
Yeah, it's like a weird ass board game. It was I think it was revived, but it's like a.
That's right.
And there was a song, like there was a song about it.
I totally forgot about this.
By Parker Brothers or whatever they say at the end.
What trash, man.
I know there are a lot of trash board games. I realized that as a kid because I'd get some of them for Christmas. You would ask for them, and some of them would be really good, and some of them would be like, "Man, this sucks." I remember getting Mousetrap, and I was like, "This sucks."
I remember really wanting Mousetrap, and then never getting it, and so I was always like, it was always a mystery as to how that game. It looked fun to play, but also like. I think intellectually, I was kind of like, there's no way that's fun to play.
It's a party trick almost. Like, it's like this complicated thing you do. And it's like, oh, cool. And you lose like one part and it's over.
Yeah.
The wind. Oh yeah, Mike has just texted me. It's really windy out for some reason now. Man, the weather is just like fucking annoying the shit out of me here. I looked up George Michael, Father Figure from 1987 because this is. I always think of this song, and this is a very perverted song too. And that's because it's like that's all I wanted: something special, something sacred in your eyes, for just one moment to be bold and naked at your side. Sometimes I think you'll never understand me. Maybe this time is forever. That's all you wanted: something special, someone sacred. Oh. In your life, just one moment to be warm and naked at my side. I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preacher teacher. Anything you have in mind. I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crime. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time.
Are you sure you've had enough of crime?
Take a seat.
Yeah, take a seat. Dude, it's a belabored point, I think. But there's a shocking amount of songs where like, you're just 13 and you look so good. And it's like, what is this? What were people doing? What is that? Why are there so many songs like that where it's just like, oh, she was just 14. She was just 13. And
yeah,
like,
it's like,
what is that?
Yeah,
I feel like I don't feel like it's all that recent that's a crazy thing. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like a new thing that it's weird for like a 40-year-old to be with a 13-year-old girl. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong. I wasn't around back then, but that seems kind of universally insane. I don't know.
I agree.
Take a seat.
What was I listening to recently with that? ABBA, Dancing Queen. Dancing Queen, young and sweet, only 17. Oh, yeah. It's like, all right, guys. I know you're sweet.
Yeah.
Take it easy. You know? Let it, she couldn't be 18? Dancing Queen, young and sweet, only 18. Oh, yeah. I mean, that couldn't have been
there's the songs that are like, dude, there's songs where it's like, where the age is like 13, and it's like, brother. What is going, because like I was like, when I was 17 I was in college, so like 17 to me, like it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Like it doesn't register to me as insane because I just remember being in college when I was 17. So like it's weird, but it's like, fine. But like, bro, 13, get in the cop car.
Put yourself in the jail cell already and just be done with it. Yeah,
like that's actually crazy.
Oh man, I was gonna say more, but let's just leave it alone.
Let's move on.
Monroe's Girthy Doctrine wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Boys. This one's for the Long Island Viper himself. Colin, I visited Teddy Roosevelt's house in Oyster Bay and the Vanderbilt Mansion and Planetarium this past weekend. It was my first time on Long Island and can confirm it lived up to your years of praise. The historic sites were fascinating, and Huntington, where my hotel was, Huntington's very nice, was a charming downtown. As a history buff, have you been to the Vanderbilt Mansion or Sagamore Hill? And if so, what are your opinion of them?" Of course. They're awesome. I love that you came to Long Island and did a little bit of history stuff there. Stay for the food and then get out. We don't want you too long on there. Always happy to see someone go to Long Island. Because again, it's a place I always say you have to try to go there. You can't just pass through it. You have to have like some deliberateness to go. And so it's a place that like if you, a shit ton of people live there, but if you don't live there, by the way, there is a rumor going around. I think it's probably specious, but that the Jets are talking about moving back to Long Island, which would be fucking awesome. I would flip out. New Jersey, they play in New Jersey where the Giants play, and they have since the 80s.
Oh,
they used to play at Shea Stadium and the Polo Grounds, which are on Long Island, but that was before I was born. So Monroe's Girthy Doctrine. So glad you enjoyed the homeland. Saw a little bit of Teddy Roosevelt, the greatest president. Because he's obviously a Long Islander, but also because he was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Love that. I love this story about, so he was William McKinley's vice president, and William McKinley was assassinated, so he became president, and they couldn't get in touch with him for days because he was, first of all, it was like 1902 or whatever, and second of all, I think he was like in Wyoming or something, like at a cabin, and like they had to like send people for him, like to go find him and be like, "You're the president of the United States. You got to come home," you know? And everybody's like, all right. He was fun. He's if you read about him, he is fucking dope. He's awesome. Awesome guy.
Yeah. It's things like that where it's like, this country's always been crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, even just like, I mean, we've talked about, I've mentioned on the show before, like that elephant we lynched in 1916.
Right.
Like,
and you hug him from a crane.
you look at that and you're like, we lynched an elephant from a crane in 1916. Maybe things have always just been this dumb. You know what I mean? Like if they did that, like back like 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, it's like, yeah, of course, like why not? Like all the crazy shit that's happening now, it's like fine. I guess it is in keeping.
I just want to believe, and I hope that there were people with like us with deep senses of irony and like fatalism, you know. Seriously, like people that just thought it was funny, like shit that they were just laughing as things were happening, and it was just a very fatalistic, resigned posture. I would like to believe that goes back all the way to the beginning. Hopefully,
yeah.
Like sarcasm, that's a human development. No other animal is sarcastic.
Right. There's no other animal that like ironically does things. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Like a monkey's not going to ironically peel a banana. Like, oh, I'm definitely going to eat this. You know?
Finally, Chris wrote in and said, hello, guys. Yeah. Colin, I'm curious if weeks like you have had recently where there has been a ton of recorded content due to all the showcases and events come with increased challenges. Is it difficult to talk that much about video games in such a short period of time? Love the show and love all the extra content we have gotten recently. I felt kind of invigorated by recent events personally. I feel like we needed a shot in the arm, not as a company or a content farm, but like just as an industry. Like it just felt it. You're right. And you've said it for years that we're missing these cultural beats now without E3 and a more traditional Gamescom and a more traditional Tokyo Game Show. So it did feel good to get into the weeds again. And does it come with increased challenges? I mean, it's good to work. I don't mind. I mean, I'm blessed to be able to do this. These are sometimes long, grueling days where like you work all day and you realize you don't even know what's going on in the world. You haven't even looked at your phone or talked to anyone or whatever. But I don't mind that. It makes me feel alive in a weird way. I think the biggest challenge is just not being redundant, because you don't know what people are listening to what. So you're you're repeating yourself, but you have to kind of assume that you haven't the same audience at all these different places. So that's a difficult thing. But how are you feeling? How are you feeling after all that, Chris? We did a lot together.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good about it. Like I like when there's a lot to talk about, because it means that there's just a lot of different threads to pull at. There's different muscles to flex too. Like one of us might know more about something and than the others, and the more news there is, the more likely that kind of thing will come into play. When it's just when it's a singular topic kind of week, it's it is what it is, but it's not as interesting in my opinion, just because there's less threads to pull. I do think the biggest challenge is the redundancy, because like sometimes you're like, I go through this sometimes too when we're recording, where it's just like they said really everything that I would say. It feels a little pointless to be like, he said kind of everything. I don't got anything to say about it. You gotta have something to say. But so like that's kind of the thing, where it's like trying to figure out like, what can I add to this without making it seem like you're trying to force yourself to say something that you know what I mean? Like it's trying to fill. You don't want to catch yourself filling time, I guess.
Yeah. I try to. It's funny because I don't often have that problem because I introduce everything.
Right.
So it's kind of unfair.
Yeah.
Actually, but that's the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine.
I'm in the captain's chair. All right. That was me doing the Somalian pirate thing. I'm the captain now thing.
I'm the captain now.
Still have never seen that movie, but I know the meme. All right. Chris, it's time for us to get into the news. And there's quite a few things to talk about today. Some big items, some not so big. But we begin here with a very big item, in my opinion, which is that Rockstar has finally broken their silence on Grand Theft Auto 6 in the sense that they've announced digital and retailer pre-orders for physical versions will begin for Grand Theft Auto 6 on June 25th. They are committed to this date. I don't think there can be any more conversation about will they or won't they be hitting their date. I think they've made it fairly transparent all year that they would hit this date. Strauss-Zelnick, of course, has given interviews where they're feeling confident. And of course, they need to shit or get off the pot. So if you're looking for Grand Theft Auto 6 on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X or S, the pre-orders begin on the 25th, and the game, of course, comes out in November. If you go to rockstargames.com/VI, for 6 in capitals, like Roman numerals, there is a small page that shows some interesting stuff. We've seen we've seen a lot of this stuff already, and there's not very much new. But if you go to the website, you see Vice City, and you can actually see it in motion, and it does. It obviously this is website graphical kind of flair, and it doesn't look the way the game will look per se, but it just goes to show you the depth of and the breadth of the game.
Yeah,
I'm so intrigued by this game because I just want to see it. Like more than playing it and seeing what the story is, like I don't even care about that. Like I want to be in the world. And it's not very common for me to feel that way about a game. So anyway, I don't know why you would pre-order. And also, by the way, I don't think they've said what the price is. And I think we might have a letter about this. AJ White wrote in and said, "Good day to you all. Cue the clip of Michael Scott running around screaming it's happening. Rockstar today confirmed pre-orders for GTA 6 are going live June 25th. The post on their website ominously leaves out the price. So I ask, what are your final guesses for base price? 70, 80, 100? What should the collector's edition include and how much should it be? I'm thinking a bag of cocaine and American flag tank top so we can all live the true Florida experience. Thanks, gentlemen." Cocaine's that's very sophisticated. I don't know that would be the average. That would be maybe the average Miami experience. So yeah, good for Vice City. Fentanyl would probably be the average experience for people in other parts of Florida. Don't do any of those things. Yeah. Chris, what are you thinking? GTA 6 price. Where's your head at?
My head's at I don't know if there's. What's the standard price right now? 70?
70, I would say. Yeah, still
$69.99.
A couple have gone to 80, but almost no one. And then 60 is still pretty common too.
Yeah, I mean, I could see them doing. I don't think they're going to go 100. I think I could see them doing 80. Like I think 80 would be in that realm of reasonability. But I also feel like I don't know, like why they're going to make so much money anyway. Why rock the boat at all? You know, like why give anybody a reason not to? You know, like they're one of the this is one of the few games that like they could sell at $50 and make like billions of dollars.
That's the whole thing, is that you can make different arguments about what you really think you should do here. And I'm sure that they gamed it out.
Sure. Yeah.
I think Strauss Zelnick said on a CNBC interview, because he was asked about the price like months ago, and he was saying like, we're not going to charge like an unreasonable price or whatever. Something like, you know, in so many words. To me, that indicates like, because internally, it's as you said, it's like the Expedition 33 effect, right? Like the game's $50, it becomes much more attractive. The thing is, you don't really need to do that. You're Grand Theft Auto. So like, I think the only question is if you settle at 70 or go up to 80. I agree with you. I don't think it would go any higher than that, but I think 70 is probably what it's going to be. And I think they realize you just don't need to you don't need to be the game that forces a new model on people. You're one of the few products that can very easily take advantage of the old pricing model and be perfectly fine.
Right.
That said, I'm sure the game is worth a lot more than $70. This is what I always say about the idea of exploring the price range. And yet I also think they understand that there's going to be such a huge GTA online environment ultimately built into this. And this is going to be their new platform. They're going to make a fucking,
yeah, they're gonna,
like they're like, yeah, we'll be fine at 70. I do think they can get away with 80. And by the way, Chris, it would be fascinating if they tried to charge $100, because I think they get away with it. So they really are holding themselves away from that level of money, but I think they have to be smart, and I think they're just excited to get it. I saw this quote from Strauss Zelnick where he said about the marketing that's going to begin soon, "We are in the business of eating red meat for breakfast." Guy's he's a psychopath.
It's such an insane thing to say for any reason.
Yeah.
Like there's no context in which that isn't an insane thing to say. I think they're gonna make money hand over fist, man. I'm excited to see this. I'm so intrigued by this game. I'm excited. I'm anticipating it. Not even necessarily like I'm sure by the time I'm done with it, I'll like the story and I'll be deeper ingrained into it. But I'm just like fascinated with what this game is from like just a broader industry perspective, because this really is kind of the last big, highly anticipated game, really, of this stature. Like, and I don't really know when the next one of these is really ever going to be. There's some that we have, like interpersonally, in at LSM or whatever. Like Judas is probably one of those for me, where like I'm personally like stoked, but that's not like millions of people, like billions of people, like with bated breath waiting. It's just such a different beast. And I really can't remember. I can't remember the last time a game like this came out. And I don't know when the next one's going to be. Like, I guess Elder Scrolls 6 is probably like the next comparable. But even that's like quite away.
And it's also small, way smaller.
Way smaller.
Like it is. You're right, though. That is a comparable kind of event for the mainstream. I guess it would be a little different because I don't know how. I mean, those are mainstream games. I don't want to undersell Skyrim or the Elder Scrolls games. It's just GTA is substantially bigger. You make the argument where this could be the last of its kind, really. Just in that if you assume Grand Theft Auto games will always be distanced from each other like this now by a decade or more, I made the argument, it's kind of crazy to say it and it's probably not true, but like it could be the last Grand Theft Auto game just because like they might just build off of this forever. I assume it is my sincere hope that they have a better single player pipeline built into this game than they did with GTA 5. I think they kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit, and reasonably so because of where they were making money. But so it is possible based on where games are going and the fragmentation and micro fragmentation of all the audiences. Because like you're saying, like we're excited about Judas, and Judas will sell millions of copies, but it's nothing. Like Grand Theft Auto will sell in 1 second in pre-orders what Judas is going to sell. So it's reasonable to think that there will never be another game like this, actually, which is kind of, unless it's free and phenomenal like a Fortnite.
Right. Like, I guess like that's what I mean. It's like there will be games that are overnight successes. Like there are things like Arc Raiders where like people were kind of looking forward to Arc Raiders and then it came out and then it kind of blew up. But like to this extent where everybody just knows it's going to be huge and they've known for years and they're anticipating it and then it finally comes out and it is huge and it breaks records. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the only big things left are those like kind of surprise out of the gate, you know, like a Helldivers, you know what I mean, where that just kind of came out of nowhere and everybody loved it. And even that, like the Helldivers to GTA is like a massive,
I mean, that's
disparity, but the disparity is insane. So like it's in a league of its own. I'm really excited about it. I hope it's great. I'm sure if it's going to be anything, it's going to be fucking very interesting. And that's reason enough for me to be excited. So
yeah, games that make $1 billion, you know, in the billions of dollars are incredibly scarce and are typically free-to-play games, or, you know, service games. Let me see here. To sell 100,000, that's 100 million. That's oops, shit, I messed up.
Dude, it's so comical. I know you're doing math right now. It's so comical to think that this is going to be $70 or $80 when, like, I think, what is it? I think E.T. for the Atari retailed for like 40 in like 1982.
Yeah, it's
which is like, what is that in today's money? It's like probably like $100 more. It's probably like $130 or some shit.
All right, so
good lord.
Yeah, that can't be right.
What are you trying to do?
Oh no, this is right. To make $1 billion gross, so not even like with the splits at $70 to make $1 billion, you have to sell 14 million copies. So it's something more like 20 million copies once you figure out all the splits with all the platform holders.
Sure.
Games at full price. Games don't do that, except for very rare things like Red Dead is another game that would do that. But again, these are fractional compared to Grand Theft Auto. This is going to be a true event. And I think I don't want to say the industry needs it. I've been thinking about doing a video recently about the video game crash of '83, and people always saying like, there's going to be another video game crash and all that. I'm like, no, like there won't. The problem, because that people don't understand, the video game crash was so bad that like the amount of money being made on video games, so like 82, 83, and then 83, 84, 85, it was a small fraction of the amount of gross revenue by 85 that was being made in 83, and it wouldn't recover until the mid 90s. That's never going to happen. Games are making more and more and more and more money, and that's going to continue. It's about who wins and who loses. And that is where the crashing happens in the seams. We'll talk a little bit more about that with studios and the structure of the studios and all the rest later in the show. All right. Number 7 is more of I don't know why I said number 7. I said it because I put it in the document. That's number 2 for you guys. I have these numbers lined up for a lot more for the timestamps. But just wanted to do a PSA in case you still play PlayStation 4, which I know a lot of you do. There is a new firmware update for it. And it is mandatory, apparently. So these are public. We've talked like they do a security update like every year, and even PS3 still gets firmware updates. So I just like to let people know that in case you're going to play, because it is a little bit of a hassle if you're turning on your console you're like, oh fuck, I gotta sit through this shit. Especially on PS3. So when the PS3 gets updated again, which I'm sure it will, I'll definitely let you know. And by the way, isn't it fascinating that they still haven't shut the PS3 store off? They tried to shut it off 5 years ago. And then they're like, the same thing with the Vita.
That's right.
And then it wasn't even 5, maybe it was 3 or 4 years ago. And then it was like, they just didn't go. I was expecting they like gave us a 6-month reprieve, but they really are just leaving it alone, which is dope. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And I wonder if maybe they're trying to like stretch it out to try to integrate its functionality into PS4, I would assume, which would then allow it to be backwards compatible. But I think we all understand that's impossible. As we discussed in recent weeks, didn't Digital Foundry do this stuff about like PS3 emulation and like some of the games they were running on these like top of the line emulators, and they can't even get these games to run? It's like, what the fuck was going on with this thing? It's weird. Dude,
the cell architecture is so funny. It's such a funny thing that they did.
It's just so funny that you can't emulate it. Like you can't emulate the environment because like it requires too much processing power. I guess
it's also just such an unorthodox way to do. Like, as I think I don't want to talk out of my ass because it's like they're technologically I'm quite layman as far as that stuff goes, but I'm fairly certain like just the number of cores that the PS4 had or the PS3 had. They were like, all the cores are like specified to specific functions, so they couldn't like dynamically integrate. It was like, oh, this needs more X and this needs more Y, so let's allocate. It's like, no, this is just for this. And it's like, why would you? It's such a crazy thing to do. But
it is really interesting. It really puts in the context like the contemporaneous conversations around PS3 development at that time about people being like, this sucks.
Yeah.
And like, I kind of went in one ear and out the other. I'm like, just do it. Just make the fucking games and shut up. And then like all of these years later, it's like, see, like the weird shit we had to do.
Mega funny.
You almost have to give them a credit for figuring it all out. Especially on a console that was at that time struggling. Because that's the shittiest thing is that like they were doing all this in the early PS3 era for a console that looked like it was going to die. So that was the PS3 generation. There was something special about that generation. The roaring back of that machine is I don't think Sony gets enough credit for it. Like they figured it out. They really did. They did it quick. I think because it was existential.
Yeah, for sure.
And they still ended up losing money that generation, which is even the craziest thing. Like the PS3 generation was a loss, but they ended up winning, which was kind of crazy. Like they pulled it out. I don't know how they did it, man. Because I think we used to write the MPD stories every month at IGN, and I think it was like something like, people can correct me, but I'm pretty sure something to the akin of like 30 something months Xbox 360 outsold PS3 in a row. Like buried it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until the Slim 2009 started turning things around, and it was Uncharted 2 that really started. That was how
I remember in high school. That was like the big thing. There was like, oh, there's finally. I remember the conversation being like, oh, there's finally a reason to have a PS3. Metal Gear Solid 4 was kind of like that, but like Metal Gear Solid's so weird because I remember it being a lot more niche than it is now. Like compared to like nobody I knew at school was talking about Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yeah, it was like, I remember it sold fairly well, like a few million copies maybe, but it was not the phenomenon that it would become later on. Like I feel like it's just wildly unplayable, for a lot of people. Because not because of the game. I'm saying it was on PS3 and like this summer finally. So like I just don't think people have even really had the opportunity to play it.
That's true. Yeah.
So anyway, let's see. So yeah, just a PSA for the PS4 firmware, and keep an eye out on that if you're still playing over there for some fucking strange reason. All right. The big news of the week is a story that is not being widely reported, though I'm going to use Push Square's report that ironically cites me at the bottom of it. It says, thank you, Sacred Symbols, for the tip. So here's what has happened. And it's disappointing that more people don't report on this, because I think only via an overwhelming amount of media coverage, and I think pushing, will Sony be forced to take a lot of these security issues seriously. So, of course, people remember last month, my account got boosted through customer service and what they call social engineering. So not really hacking, but pretending you're someone else and getting them to give you information. And of course, I obviously lost my mind about this and got really upset about it. Got my account back through my connections at Sony. Everyone knows the whole story. But a major security flaw in which people can basically very easily find a weak link customer service agent. It's one of these third world agencies that they use, no offense. And so you just need the weakest link, and then you just need nominal information, like a person's email address and like maybe games they bought. And they'll shut your password. They'll change your password and shut your two-factor authentication off. So that's fun. That's wonderful. So I solved that problem for me. But as people know, I became very animated for others because my account's apparently been flagged, and like there's only so much you can do about it. And as I understand, like a lot of the changes to my account now have to happen in San Mateo by a managerial level person. But I couldn't simply walk away at that point because it's like, well, first of all, I didn't take this issue very seriously until it happened to me, which I think is a character issue. And so I was like, well, the next best character thing to do is to try to help others. So I've been doing that behind the scenes. And I've been talking a little bit on PSN Profiles forums with some of the users there about some stuff. It's like, I actually have not said many things that I know and understand about the situation publicly because I want to be useful. Like, I'm not trying to put my reporter hat on here and like nail Sony. I'm actually trying to like help them. And I'm overtly and honestly doing that because I think it's important. I don't know that they necessarily need my help, but maybe they needed my push. So anyway, that issue seemed to be solved. And as I don't think we noted this on the show, Chris, and I don't know why I forgot to do it, but they posted hirings for anti-fraud people.
I saw that, yeah.
Both in San Mateo and London. You're welcome. So, so that's one thing that, and I've been talking to them behind the scenes about that or whatever. And I recently exchanged emails with them about stuff last week.
All right. So
there's this whole other problem now.
Oh,
and this is less. Do you know anything about this? Have you been reading about this at all?
I read a little bit. Okay. It was the one thing on the document where I was like, I'm going to look up everything I can about this because this is hysterical.
So I have to admit, and I even said this in my correspondence with Sony, where I'm like, I must admit, this is funny, but you have a major problem on your hands. So,
right. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to kind of work in reverse. People know Pork Poncho. You know him. Play marathon with him. He's an IT and like InfoSec guy. So he's been doing a lot of stuff for us. I didn't ask him to. He's just interested in researching and understanding these things. So here's what happened. Okay. And then we'll work backwards and I'll show you guys what we think occurred. If you go on PSN and you go to your profile, it shows you a series of widgets, right? One of them is like your trophy widget. One of them is like recently played and like the games that you've all played. One of them is the most played games. And one of them is your friends list. These are all, and I know this from Pork, these all run on different like server, like, I don't know what we would call them, stacks or blades or whatever. I have no idea. I don't know the terminology, but they're all like these separate things that are integrated in the PSN. So like on one of these servers is your trophies. On one of these things is like the PSN store or the PlayStation store and like your licenses. And there's this other stack, and it's the one that runs your recently played games and like your entire game library list and the hours you've played. So not really important, but like one of these things that feeds into this greater PlayStation ecosystem, and they drag all this data in and show it to you. What ended up happening is that nefarious actors have figured out how to fuck with those lists. So it's not really a security issue per se, because it doesn't really matter, on one hand, but it shows that the PlayStation Network is incredibly vulnerable to random things. And I think we already know this.
Yeah.
So here's the way I'm going to quote Pork Poncho, and he has this huge Twitter thread. I'll put it here for you.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
No, I have it open.
Oh, you have it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, it's in the chat. So he says this. These are the different service blades. So it's like service 1 is your game library and activity. This is where your recently played games live. Things like playtime, last play date, play count. It uses CUSA or PPSA title IDs. Okay, so like there's like these new alphanumeric, badges that attach to each game. Service 2 is trophies, a totally separate REST API using NPWR IDs. This means you can't write trophy data through the game library. It's a different service entirely. So if someone does target you via this method, the method they're using here, your trophies are safe for now. Service 3 is entitlements. This tracks the games you actually have purchased or a license for. It uses product SKU IDs and content IDs, so an entirely different format. So again, these things all fold together, and it's only that first service, 1, game library and activity, that has been breached. What these guys figured out is that like you can just add whatever game you want to a person's game history. And they've also figured out that you can mess with people's hours played and even nominally mess around with people's libraries by adding things to the library, but you just don't have access to them. So they're all like padlocked. And this all goes through this service. So people started noticing, and this is where I think it gets funny, right? Where they're like, dude, there's a game called Sex Store Simulator, which exists on PSN. It's in my play history at the top. I've never played it, and it says I've played it for 8,000 hours. Now, the reason that this matters is because other people can see your play history. So if like you're a normal person with friends and family and coworkers and you play, a few games on PSN, and then someone's like, oh, what's Tommy doing? And they go and look, and it's like the last game he played was Sex Store Simulator, a game he's played for 8,000 hours. And they started adding these games to different people's lists. So like Hentai Princess and all these kinds of games.
Right.
And people were like, what the fuck is going on here? Now, some people, including me, got hit extra hard. I had tens of thousands of games. I think potentially every game that's on PSN added to my list. So what happened was that the widgets wouldn't even load. And people started noticing this, so they would fail. It reminded me on PS3, I think I remember told you, if you had 100 friends on PS3, Housemarque games like wouldn't load. Like Dead Nation would just freeze. Like there are things that just don't work anymore. So these widgets are experiencing a load that they never in a test ecosystem never. No one at Sony was like, how does this thing work if you have every game? Right? So like at some point it gets overloaded. So my shit got extra fucked. But for most people, it was like sex store simulator, hentai, princess sex shop simulator, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it all goes through this. So here's what Pork Poncho says. When a phantom game appears on someone's PSN profile, it only shows up in service 1. That's why affected players see a recently played entry but don't see it appear in their trophy list or purchase history. Someone is injecting fake data straight into the game library without touching the other 2 services. This is likely done through Sony's activity feed submission API. It lets apps post stories like played a game. There's a document OAuth scope for it, which has been mentioned in public security disclosures before. You can see a bit more of that here. So he links to hacker1.com. This is a place where you get hacker bounties. This is important. So do you know anything about this stuff? Like where like white hat or gray hat hackers will discover vulnerabilities and they'll report them. And companies will pay bounties to fix them. So this is a known vulnerability going back to the beginning of PS5, apparently. That endpoint accepts target account IDs and title IDs without ever checking that the account actually owns that game. And that's where the hole is, apparently, in the security. So he writes this. So that's almost certainly what's happening. The endpoint trusts that the authenticated user is allowed to write information to whatever PSN account ID they supply to the API. It doesn't verify that your token actually matches the account you're writing to. And that's a classic example of a broken object level authorization issue and bug. And he says, as I mentioned before, it also doesn't check into that account actually owns the game it's trying to inject into the game library activity. So there's no license validation going on, and it's not even checking for the system level proof that the game was launched by the user. Simply put, it's basically someone saying, here's a title ID that exists in the store backend, be a dear, and slap it onto that account for me. It even works with unreleased or delisted games, which is exactly what happened with GTA 6 earlier in the year. Back in March, people found that they could spoof their recently played lists using uncovered pre-release store IDs for GTA 6. Obviously, they weren't actually playing the game and there were no trophies recorded, but the solution Sony seemed to apply was just to scrub those IDs from the store rather than actually fix their authorization gap. So he gives a solution of like what they need to do or whatever. So I've been talking behind the scenes. I've been trying so I emailed Sony about this a few days ago, and I'll leave that for now. They know because they took that entire stack down. Now, I don't know if you saw this, like they just basically took it all off the internet, like offline again. So like if you went to your PSN ID or your profile for like 2 days and you went to those widgets, they wouldn't load. And that was universal for everybody, even though only certain people were affected. And it seems, and I keep saying this, and it sucks because it's a great website and it's not their fault, is like PSN profiles is the vector. Like this is where they're going to like target people for sure. It might not be the only place, but it's definitely a major source of it. And a lot of people there got hit. So Push Square reports. So I messaged Push Square about this. Hence the thank you to Sacred Symbols for the tip. And they reported on it, and they reported on it in 3 different waves. First, that it was happening. The second wave was that they took the stack down, so nothing was appearing anymore. So if you would go to recently played, it would literally say, once you play a game, your stats will appear here. So they literally they made it seem like no one played anything for a long time. And then slowly they've been restoring functionality. I noticed last night, they're basically reporting like things seem better for people. And I noticed on PSN profiles, some people are better and some people aren't. It seems that the hardest you're hit, or the harder you're hit, the more unlikely it is that this is going to be unwound for you quickly and maybe at all. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. What's interesting is that I'm getting interesting insight into the PSN just by like what is appearing. So like when I go to my games now, my games were flooded with things that like I never owned. Now it's like showing me reverse order stuff beginning in like 2015. Like things that I bought, like it's showing me things that all the stuff I own. But like when I'm at the top, it's like, here's LA Cops, which is a game from 2015. Here's Pure Solar, another old role-playing game. Darksiders 3. Like it usually shows you the things you bought at the top. So like they must be using cached information or something to try to fix this for people. I don't really know what's happening, but that's the latest scare on the PlayStation Network. So I think the biggest thing people have to understand, and I tried to explain this to some people, they're like, this pissed me off. Let me bring this up as well. So on PSN profiles, like people have been reporting, been saying like, so I've tried to talk to customer service or whatever, and like, you just get like the chat with a random person. They said that, so the person says like, these games, Hentai Princess, Sex Store Simulator, or whatever, have been added to my list. What should I do? It's embarrassing to see this. And they write this. Thank you for sharing this. We are aware of this issue and want to confirm that your account is safe and secured. There is no foul play involved. The appearance of these games is a technical glitch, and our engineers are actively working to resolve this issue as fast as possible. That's not true.
Yeah,
there is foul play involved, and it's not a technical glitch. Like, now here's another part of it, and I can't substantiate this. There is scuttlebutt and I think this is what Pork believes as well, and someone who I don't know but had talked to behind the scenes about this, like just a random enthusiast. He could be the hacker for all I know. I have no idea. But DM'd with this person and they're giving me some information. But this is what Pork thinks is true as well, is that it seems like it's possible that the person who did this or discovered this reported this to Sony. And Sony, according to this theory, was like, this is not bounty worthy. This is not a security risk. And so the person just unleashed it.
Oh.
So who knows if that's true or not, but that message from, and I'm not blaming the support agent. Whatever they're being told, they don't know anything, but it's like, there's no foul play involved. Yes, there is.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to say.
And the appearance of these games is a technical glitch. No, it's not. Sorry guys, a sex store simulator, sex shop simulator, and Hentai Princess have appeared in many tens and hundreds of thousands of your accounts. That's just a technical glitch. But important thing about Hentai Princess, the game Hentai Princess, never published. But it exists as an object, but it's not a game that exists. So yeah, just a glitch.
Awesome.
And no foul play involved. Don't worry about it. When I saw that pissed me off.
That's such a ridiculous thing to say. Who would believe that?
Well, when you read these threads and like you go to Reddit or these places where people are talking about this stuff, a lot of people don't believe it. They think it's like, it's a glitch. It's this. Some people are like, it's like guerrilla marketing. I'm like, you guys are absolutely retarded. I am telling you what it is. So we just continue to try to, like it is just, listen, what happened to my account and the stink I made twisted Sony's arm into hiring new fraud people. That's good. That's a good first step. This thing shows that even if the problems are incidental, they're quality of life issues for your audience. And it was as easy as people accessing your API and telling it whatever they wanted. And to me, that's crazy. Now, there are, of course, bespoke access things to the PSN, and people understand this. Like, PSN profiles scrapes trophies. And no, like, Sony lets that happen. Sony doesn't have to let that happen. So, like, you want a level of access to, like, what is going on the PlayStation Network. The store IDs. Like, when we talk about that guy, Billy Coon, or the fuck his name is, that like leaks everything, he has, like, some sort of access that, like, to the PlayStation Store. So I'm not saying we don't want that stuff, but anyway, that's what's happening, Chris. Now, was your account affected? A lot of people, most people's weren't affected. It should be noted.
I didn't check, to be honest. Like, I didn't, because I've been playing a lot on, like, old machines over the last, like, over the last week. I'm playing on, like, PS2 and shit. So, like, I just haven't really turned my stuff on. But I tried to log in earlier. I tried to log in the middle of this just to check on my PC, but, like, it's giving me a thing where it forgets my login all the time whenever I do it from PC, so I'd have to go to my console. But I feel like, can you check mine? Can you check mine? Does it show?
I could, actually.
Because I don't know if I'm actually logged in on any of my. I'm only logged in on my console, I think. PlayStation, PS app. Let me see.
How do I even search for
it? It doesn't. No, recently played.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
It's in recently played, right, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like it would show, like, it would, if you. There's a decent chance you weren't targeted. You know? Yeah,
I don't think so. Like, because it says Destiny 2, 007, Time Crisis, which is all accurate. So I got out scot-free yet again. But that's, I don't know, man. I saw this whole thing going on. I was like, what are you saying? First of all, I didn't even realize that shit was on the PlayStation Store in the first place, like Sex Shop Simulator and stuff like that. It's like, I kind of, I guess, intellectually, I knew that games like that must be there, but I've never seen them. So that was kind of like, oh, okay, interesting. But the fact that this is a thing that actually happened, and that you had 70,000 games added to your account is fucking bewildering.
It's just like, I'm sad that this keeps happening to my account, like ruining my ability to enjoy my time on PlayStation. But at the same time, I'm trying to make it so that maybe I'm a good person for it to happen to, so that I can bring attention to these things and not try to sweep them under the rug. As I told you, and I don't necessarily blame anyone for doing this, and I'm not going to out anyone. I mean, it's not personal, but it's like, what happened to my account when I got boosted, I am far from the first notable person that this has happened to. And other people just chose not to try to run it up the flagpole and do something about it, but that's just not my nature. And I understand people don't like want to instigate nefarious forces and all that. I'm like, I don't want to instigate nefarious forces either. I want to be left alone. Like, if you're going to fuck with me and my shit, it's like, well, what else is there to do? So
yeah,
hopefully so someone on the PSN profiles noted that it looks like they say, quote, looks like the Sony's Band-Aid fix was to filter from the games played, etc., any games that your account doesn't own the license to. Seems like a decent way to quickly remove most of these absurd games and play times for many profiles, but at the cost of removing the tracking from any legitimately played games, like physical games or shared games. So there is a problem. And also, I think the hours for a lot of people's games are busted, and it's unclear if they can really fix that shit. Like, so I'm gonna, like, I am positive they can do it on a case by case basis, like go in and fix it. But it's like, I don't know. They're not going to do that. So, like, there has to be a batch solution. Or the other thing is, as you were saying, like, people had bringing this to my attention, like, your shit's all fucked up. And it's like, I would have never noticed, because I don't look at that stuff either. Like, everything works fine when you go on PSN for me. It's just those widgets don't load, but I never look at them. So it's like, so I'm glad people brought it to my attention and I was able to try to help. So we'll see what happens.
What a crazy, I don't know, man. PlayStation Network's kind of
sucks.
It's kind of a mess, to say the least.
Excuse me. I was saying that on PSN profiles. I'm like, I just feel like things haven't really changed. Like, PSN has always kind of been a joke. And I think we have a level of Stockholm syndrome with it because it's what we're used to. But, like, you just don't hear about this shit on the other networks.
No,
you know,
I do. I remember a big thing back when the hack happened. the big one that took PlayStation Network offline for 3 weeks or something like that. I feel like I remember it being 3 weeks. Some people say it's longer. Some people say
I think it was about 3 weeks. I'll look.
But in my memory, I remember it being 3 weeks, about a month. I remember that was the only thing you really had to say for a while as like an Xbox guy. You know what I mean? Because it's just like everybody would be like, "Oh, you're paying for your online." It's like, yeah, well, it doesn't go offline for an entire month. Like PSN was a joke for a long time.
Yeah,
arguably still is.
It's kind of amazing that they recovered.
Yeah, it's an insane.
It was
that really is insane. There, to be fair, that is I wouldn't say it's the best time for that to happen, but it's definitely a better time to happen than if it were to happen now, when like so many games are online and so much of the ecosystem revolves around digital licenses and purchases like that. They kind of got lucky that it happened in 2011 and not 2018 or 2017 or something like that. Just less online dependent back then compared to now.
It's funny, man. Like I was looking, it's 24 days. So you're right. And, I'm just reading some of the stuff on Wikipedia and it's like, yeah, because I reported on this so much. I think some of this actually cite my work, but you might remember that particular situation. So like there was a guy named George Hotz, who's like still a dude in like the tech industry, who at the time was like a younger person, like a hacker. And he jailbroke the PS3. I don't know if you remember this. And Sony sued him, like personally. And apparently this was done in retaliation for that.
Oh, wow.
So.
Damn. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I remember it so well. I just remember the whole situation so well because it was such, to be frank, I mean, it was like peak IGN, and it was such a boon to just having things to write about and things to talk about. And yeah, it was a lonely kind of period and I feel bad for the game. Like it killed SOCOM and a few other things just by sheer timing. And Sony recovered, which is kind of amazing, actually. It was it wasn't something where it's like, oh, function. Like they exposed every user's personal information, their credit card information, their addresses. Like it was bad. And I actually remember I was kind of like quick on it because like I was in the industry, obviously. So we learned about it very quickly and it was spreading quickly. But I remember calling Bank of America, which I was with at the time, to talk to and be like, my credit card is exposed. I need you to like take it down. And I'm like, and I remember telling to the lady, like, you're about to get a lot of calls. And she was like, oh, like kind of thing, and lo and behold, that's what happened. So bad memories, but good memories. All right. Well, speaking of PlayStation, there is new reporting out. We'll stick with Push Square. Our friends over there, our friend Sammy writes about this Embracer report. So Embracer, of course, is the mega publisher that we've made fun of for many years, that vastly overexpanded, but they're doing their thing still, and they've truncated and they're surviving. They released an annual report as they get through their fiscal year about what they think is going on. And there's an interesting statement in it. We don't need to get in any further than this statement. And it's, quote, some analysts believe that Sony is now considering pushing back the debut of its next PlayStation console from 2027 to 2028 or even 2029, end quote. I don't think they would know. And I don't think they would talk out of their ass like this. Analysts are wrong. I'm an analyst and I'm wrong about things sometimes.
Right.
Usually right. I mean, ask Xbox how right I am. But there's an argument, Chris, that Moore's Law makes, that moving is not a trivial thing. And it would even be cheaper to manufacture and store it than to move, because you get your place in the line, you have your assets allocated. And yet I really have a hard time believing they're releasing this console next year. It just doesn't, like, when you listen to Asha Sharma and others speak about Xbox, like they're saying, like, they've been buried by component pricing in a way that Sony hasn't. And they say that like they're a uniquely affected entity in this regard, but everyone has to deal with these problems. And again, I just feel like there's a lack of demand, and spring 28 seems like it would be more ideal, but even pushing it further than that. But that's also selfish of me because I just don't really feel like we need new consoles. What do you think of this? About now Embracer, a big publisher, saying like that they're they understand PlayStation might move the console.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for a while, man. Like, the energy is not, like, you can feel it in the air, man. Like, it's just like, it's not, people aren't stoked about seeing what the next PlayStation is or what it can do. Like, and obviously these things change when we get to see them. You know, people always like new shiny hardware that does new shiny things when they see it. But usually beforehand, there's like some anticipation. There's buzz about like, ooh, what could it be? You know, there's like all these like hypotheticals, like or this wishing that's going on. It's like, oh, I hope it does this. I hope it does that. I don't seem to see that really in any of the spaces that I'm in, and the spaces that I'm in are fairly video game oriented. Like, no one seems to be wondering what the next PlayStation is going to do because the PS5 does everything they need it to do. And people are struggling to find things that they want out of it that aren't already taken care of, really. And there's, I don't know, man. It does seem, the idea that there's going to be a new PlayStation out next year feels just fundamentally not real. Like, it just, I don't have it. I can't base that on anything. It just doesn't feel correct. And I could see them pushing it. 2029 would be wild. Although, to be honest, I think that is probably the most appropriate time for them to do it. That would probably be the time when people would be like kind of more excited, more interested. There would be some feeling that enough time has passed that the technology would be worth investing in at that point. We don't know how long the economy is going to be kind of fucked also. So like that leaves the rest of this year kind of wishy-washy. But I could easily see a 2028, you know, push instead of next year, because next year just doesn't feel right, man.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. This is just intuition, really. But like, it just doesn't, I don't see it.
I totally agree. I think, like you were saying, like you have nothing to go off of it, but you feel this way. I think intuition is a good thing to follow if you've been doing this for a long time, which we have. And it's like, there just seems to be I say it over and over again, there seems to be no energy for this thing. That by this point in previous generations, there was like a real energy for the next thing. And in this generation, we see tens of millions of people still playing PlayStation 4.
Right.
I think times have just changed. I also think that the economy is obviously making things very complicated, because at this point, like, the PS5 should be dirt cheap and they should be selling them briskly, and they're not. I actually think I read a report that like PlayStation 5 sales are like really low right now because of the price hikes. Like, even for them, unusually low, where they're kind of stuck a little bit. And well, we have this question that I think this was originally a question at the end of the show. I brought it up here and I replaced it with something else because I think it speaks to this a little bit. Monday Busk wrote in and said, "Hey boys, with most of the week's gaming buzz around the Xbox Studios bloodletting, a trend that will no doubt come to Sony's first-party studios." I agree. "Do you think that Sony needs their own Asha Sharma and subsequent poison pills to get things back on track for the PS6 launch? While Sony isn't even close to the dire straits Xbox is in, the PS5 generation will no doubt be looked at as wasted opportunities. Thanks for the great content as always, and get consent from that chicken. Get consent from anyone, not only the chicken." It is true that PlayStation is not in the same position Xbox is in. Xbox is in a truly dire situation for their gaming hardware brand. However, I think the pressure is much higher on Sony, because they have to make PlayStation work, or the company. If Xbox goes away, nothing really changes for Microsoft. It's not an important component of what they do. PlayStation is a vital component of what Sony does. It's become more and more vital the longer it's existed, and everyone who looks at their financials knows that. So there's like a lot riding on getting this right. Like, a lot more is riding on this for Sony than it is for Microsoft, and it's probably a little bit scary. There are advantages they can leverage. They, of course, have deep, decades-old electronics expertise, Morselaw talks about this, like, incredible relationships with all these different companies. He says, like, the people at these companies like the Sony people a lot more than the Microsoft people, because they're much more serious, like, engineering level people. So they have certain things that they can leverage. However, I think that the financial reality is like, I'm not entirely sure if they can, like, if you're manufacturing something much later, like, so you're going from 27 to 29, it's like, well, at that point, why would you manufacture the same machine?
Right. You're going to be so far behind.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I can see them going spring 28, or even manufacturing on time in, say, fall 27 and holding them. But I don't, if you go much further than that, you have to really ask yourself, like, what are we doing? And it could be that they're going to do that, where they're like, we're just going to scrap this entire thing. We're going to eat a lot of money. We're going to lose our place in line. And that's fine, because we'll get in line in 29 with this new machine, this different machine, like a different PS6. And I don't know if that's, I don't want to say I don't know if that's possible. It's definitely possible. I don't know if that's viable or feasible. And I don't know how nervous they are behind the scenes, because I think one of the major things that they're struggling with is just price for the PS5. And if you can't get people to move over to PS5, then I don't know what you do with the PS6. And I think this is just a cosmic situation of the tariffs and the economic stuff is like not even really the major issue anymore. It really is now this, like the component crunch. And we were saying it earlier about buying things now because things are just getting more expensive. It's what we've been saying about PlayStation 5 for years. It's like, ironically, you would think, if you asked me, like, what would PS5 cost now in 2020? It's like, Colin, in 2026, like, what do you think PS5 would cost? I'd be like, $300.
Yeah.
And if that were true, by the way, we'd have a bonanza on our hands. But it's the exact opposite. I would love to see the PS5 generation extended. But I just don't know if it's, free. I'll have to have Moore's Law on to talk about it again, too. I don't know if it's feasible or practical. I mean, he really makes the case. It's just not as easy as you think to move.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely not as easy as it looks. And to be fair, I do want to say this. It's not necessarily that I don't think, and maybe I should have been how I've talked about this. What I feel in my soul is that if Sony is to put out a machine next year, that's an insane thing to do. That's really what I feel. Like, they could do it because it's like, this is what the timelines have determined. It is what it is. We got to get it out now, because if we wait another year or two, then it's going to be an outdated machine. Although you could make the argument that there's not really another console to compare it to, really. So, like, outdated machine in comparison to what? If no other home console is really even competing in the same ground, you have the Switch doing its own thing, and Xbox is kind of gone. So arguably, like, maybe that's not even really that big of a deal for them, because it would still be miles ahead, or potentially miles ahead, of what the base PS5 or even PS5 Pro is. It just feels like that just seems like an insane thing to do, even if it is just like, oh, here's the timeline, because nobody wants this thing. It's not going to be affordable. Like, I know that there's like this thing about like, oh, the components of it are probably going to be cheaper because of XYZ. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'm sure that there's people way smarter than me that can figure out why that makes sense. To me, that just, I can't square that. I can't square a PlayStation 6 coming out that's cheaper than a PS5 Pro. It doesn't register to me as possible. And if such a thing is possible, it would kind of imply to me that there's a compromise being made on what's being sold, to the point where, why would I buy that?
Right.
If I already have a PS5 Pro, if like, what, you know what I mean? Like, could it possibly be better than what I have, even though it's cheaper? Like, I feel like a lot of people are going to be wrestling with that, because it doesn't make sense. That's not how anything works.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I had seen that brought up in the context of it. I hadn't thought about it. It's like, all right, so if that's really true, and again, like, intellectually, I understand how that could be true. If it's true, then wouldn't you immediately discontinue the PS5? Like, why would you even sell it? If it speaks PS5 and PS4, which it does, or will, then you would just immediately pull the PS5, I would assume, and just be like, we're shutting it down. Like, there's literally no reason to manufacture this machine. And that's the I struggle with, because I don't think that was part of their plan either. Like, every console comes out and you still kind of are able to marinate in the old console for a couple of years. NES to SNES.
Sure.
Genesis to Saturn. Like, there's no exceptions. So I don't know, man. It's going to be, I was saying this on another show recently, where I was like, what's exciting is, like, we'll kind of know this time next year, and we'll probably know early next year what they're really going to do. And it's going to be so exciting just to have Sony finally acknowledge and talk about it. In like a real way. They're going to have to do it too. They have decisions to make, dude, about, and they probably already made them, about what they're going to do with this machine. But I agree with you. The only place that I've been where I felt like there was real excitement for it was when I was on Moore's Law is Dead's show. And I was like, and the hardware people, which is what listen to his stuff, like people that are really enthusiastic about electronics and whatever, they're into it. And I'm like, I understand it. And by the way, I'm into it. I'll buy it. It's me. It's not like you're kind of making it for me, but you're not really making it for me. You're making it for a much broader audience than me. So
right. I always like new hardware. I like opening a new box with a new shiny thing in it, even if it does barely anything different. I have a PS4. I have a PS5 Pro, and it's like it is better than the base PS5, but like it doesn't feel like a revolutionary change. It doesn't feel like a monumentally different machine to me. But it's fun to get those things. Like I like that stuff, but I'm not the average person. Like it's just like it's a very different thing. And you're going to have to convince a lot of people who are a lot more casual. There's millions of people on PS4, like you said. Like
tens of millions.
Tens of millions. And I got to be real, like on PS4, I keep wanting to say PS4 Pro for some reason. PS4 Pro is so ingrained in my memory. The PS5 Pro runs everything at a degree where I'm completely satisfied with it. Like I just finished 007 and it was great. And I had literally no problems with it at all. Whereas, like, I feel like by this point in the PS4 generation, I was starting to notice. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I was like, oh man, that's a little rough. This isn't. Oh, we're at 30 still. Like, I'm just left. I'm left with no wants really. Like, they're going to have to find new things to sell me that I didn't even realize that I wanted. And maybe they'll do that to their credit. Like, it's possible. I just literally cannot fathom what it could be that they could show me that would make me really, really excited for a machine that is going to be essentially a PS5 that runs things even faster and even better. Oh, it's 8K resolution. It's like, I don't care about 8K.
Yeah, I don't even have an 8K TV, so it doesn't matter.
120 frames is cool, but like 60's
great.
Perfectly fine to me.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely, Chris. Like, I'm very satisfied right now. Between Resident Evil Requiem, Pragmata, 007... that kind of stuff. It's like these are great games, dude, and they look great and they run great. I agree with you. I'm not much of a graphics whore, but this generation doesn't feel long in the tooth to me. If anything, it just feels like it's unsubstantiated and almost didn't exist. And so we'll see what happens. But I thought that was an interesting little story, nonetheless, about potential future. If publishers are kind of talking openly about that, something to keep in mind. They're certainly taking it seriously.
Yeah.
All right. Over on the website, The Games Business, the host of this show, Christopher Dring, sat down and spoke with a couple of guys from Housemarque, and I thought that they had some interesting stuff to say. So I thought we would go over this a little bit. Of course, Housemarque is the Sony-owned first-party studio that just released Saros and is best known perhaps more recently for Returnal, and of course Resogun and Stardust and Dead Nation and all the games we talk about so much. So he sat down and spoke with two different people. One of them is Michael Haveri, who I spoke with on our show a couple of weeks ago, and he's an old friend of mine. And the other one is Alari Kutinen, who is the longtime studio head of Housemarque and the co-founder of the team. And of course, Housemarque is the unification of two Finnish teams in the 90s, Bloodhouse and Terramarque, hence the name Housemarque. So here's a few quotes. First of all, he says they're talking a little bit about Saros, and I thought you'd like this, Chris. He says they use a term here about playing the game. He says, quote, if you get into the flow state, it starts to be what we call bullet ballet. It just starts to be second nature and you immerse yourself in this world. What do you think of that as a genre?
Bullet ballet. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Because it does bullet hell. Some people call Housemarque games bullet hell. I don't agree that they're bullet hell games. I think bullet hell games are way harder. And I also think bullet hell games are 2D. So like there's more of a 3D feel to the ballet. And I like that bullet ballet.
You could tell that. I mean, it's definitely, you could tell there's bullet hell in it, but it in and of itself is not a bullet hell.
Yeah, like for bullet hell games to be as hard in 3D as they are in 2D, you would have to saturate the world with an order of magnitude more bullets because you have more places to go. So that's why I feel like it doesn't quite it's like I've been seeing with Mina the Hollower recently, people being like, oh, it's like a Souls game. And I'm like, just because it's hard doesn't mean it's a Souls game.
That bothers the hell out of me.
It's like how is it a Souls game? What are you talking about? Yeah. What do you mean?
If there's a parry, it's a Souls game. It's like, oh my God.
It's like, okay, it's a Souls game, whatever.
Do you remember that article that was like Crash Bandicoot when the Insane trilogy came out and they were they were calling it like Dark Souls, a platform.
Oh my god! It's like shut up.
Fucking relax.
Yeah, we got to have a wider lexicon, vernacular of things to say. They also talk a little bit about what they're trying to do. And I thought it was interesting. They use From Software as like kind of a North Star for them. It says, quote, and this is Kutanen talking again. He says, quote, From Software has been doing a similar genre for a very long time and built up their fan base over that period. We have 2 unique games out, Returnal, Saros. It's kind of a new thing that you need to educate the market about so that people say, hey, these flow states are really cool. From Software's journey from Kingsfield to what they are today, we're not presuming that we would be anywhere close to that, but like them, we will keep our core, keep educating the market that these are the coolest games you can play. That's our goal. I kind of like that. I mean, Housemarque on one hand lacks the financial emphasis that Sony needs right now, and yet they are experimenting in a way that I think is useful. It's just hard for me to imagine them breaking through in the way FromSoft did. Maybe that will happen. And he's right. Like Kingsfield is fundamentally the same game as like Demon Souls. It's a Demon Souls is a more robust, more hardcore version of it, but they got there. You think Housemarque can follow a similar trajectory?
I mean, it's possible. I gotta be real. Like I liked Saros. I liked Returnal. I worry though that the transition between those things, like I feel like they're going in the opposite direction, kind of. Are they not? Because like Saros is actually less. Like if you're gonna use like if Kingsfield is similar to Dark Souls, but Dark Souls is a more hardcore version of Kingsfield. If we're using Saros and Returnal as the analogous kind of factors here, like they've kind of gone the opposite way, where it's like Returnal is more hardcore than Saros is. So they're actually arguably like making the game less itself.
Yeah, that's a good point.
As it goes along. Now, granted, you could make an argument that like Returnal is a more hardcore version of the stuff that they made before. You could make that case, and you'd probably be right. So there's room for experimentation. Like I think Elden Ring Night Rain is not a particularly hardcore game. It's like, you know, it's a very different kind of casual in comparison to their prime stuff. So like there's room for experimentation, but like I think it's hard for me to imagine it breaking through, but I also I'd be foolish to count anything out. You know, it's just they seem like very niche games, and they seem like niche games on purpose, and that's good and bad depending on how you slice it, and depending on what you're looking for, depending on what Sony's looking for. I know that Sony is in the market right now of making big blockbuster stuff, and the same thing with Xbox, by the way. They're refocusing entirely on big name IP, so maybe that's just not what they need right now. But I like that studios are out making weird experimental shit. I just I think it's a bummer that stuff isn't as rewarded as it should be, and I think the reality is it's like that stuff isn't rewarded as it should be is because the main audience is a lot more casual than it used to be. You know, it's a way different audience than like the games audience is way more different today than it was in like, you know, the PS1, PS2 era.
Yeah, you're right. And I wonder, like, they were purchased in 2021. At the time I still believe Housemarque and Bluepoint were excellent purchases and exactly what Sony should have done. And it is my sincere hope that though they're under new leadership since that era, that they understand what they have with Housemarque. I get a little nervous about Housemarque just based on the performance of Saros and how much the game purportedly cost, and that they're not going to make that money back, I don't think. At least not anytime soon. And They actually speak a little bit to this. The game business says Housemarque isn't at the From Software scale today. Saros launched in April during a competitive window for video game releases, and although it found an audience, it didn't light up the sales charts, but there's still time, Haveri says. And then they say, quote, it's funny, Returnal, when we shipped, it started gaining traction a bit later. A lot of the community got to unlock it a little bit more, and then that tends to trickle down and people get more interested in it. And then Kutanen says, quote, this is just the start of the discussion and conversation with the gaming community. If you have played Saros, you know that there are a lot of things we can do to tweak and add. We hope we can keep doing that for a while, end quote. And I did ask Gregory Loudon, the director of the game, when I interviewed him, what the future was for Saros, because they do like to upgrade their games, and he didn't have anything to say. They did release a photo mode, though, and I must say this, I maybe should have brought this up last week. I think it's when I first noticed it, but they did something very clever. where the photo mode has like a series of trophies attached to it, where it's like, go take a picture of this, go take a picture of this creature doing this, go take a picture of this boss. Like, I'm like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I do wonder what Sony's fixation. Sony has a typical fixation on first party games of updating them and sticking with them for a while. And yet we saw with Ghost Yote that like Legends kind of came and then they're like, all right, we're done. It's over. And I wonder if a similar trajectory to get you on the next game, which is probably going to be more lucrative. Now, there are a couple other things in here that I thought were worth talking about as well. And I think the major thing that I want to say here is, well, first of all, they were saying Stardust 10 to 12 people, and now they're up to 120. So a fairly expensive studio to run in Finland. But he says this, Putin does, about what they want to do next. And this goes to your point about where they might be going. He says, quote, "We just pinch ourselves. Are we dreaming that we were given this opportunity to create this thing, a new game, a new IP with these resources?" And he's talking about Saros. "We are quite grounded as well. We were 26 years as an independent, just managing to survive and moving from one game to another. Right now, we are talking about how to proceed with Saros and discussing with the community. But then, of course, what should we do in the future? There are interesting opportunities we'd like to look at that might not be at the scale of Saros. There are so many things that we want to explore, and we will find whether it's possible or not. I am so deeply attracted to the idea of Housemarque reverting back to what it used to do, which is not AAA games. I just don't know that that's a safe place for you to be either. Like, I think that that's going to create, unfortunately, an economic tension for them where they're going to get themselves shut down if they don't produce games that sell and make money. And I know people want those games, and I appreciate that. It's just not where the future is for PlayStation anymore. Those games, other people can make those games in spades. You don't need to pay for an expensive cow to get this boutique milk. You don't. So I would love for them to go back, like Super Stardust, and these games are incredibly special. They really are. But at 120 people, I don't know, man. Unless what you want to do is do a tearaway style thing where you have a small team make something while you move on to the next thing that's bigger. I don't know. But I will say this, Chris, because there's a lot of conjecture around what will happen to Housemarque, and I don't know. Like, I think layoffs are obviously coming to Sony studios. And I wouldn't be surprised if they even shut one or two of them down. I think that's unfortunate, but true. I'd be especially worried if I were Bend, for instance. But on the other hand, so like that's true and that's happening. And I think that will happen, next quarter. But they have to remain, I think, vigilant in allocating these resources properly and understanding, I think, what the purpose of the first party is at this juncture. And unfortunately, it's just not to make small things. So I do think that there is a potential tension there. And yet I would also say that I feel like Sony wouldn't be letting them do all these interviews if they were going to really hit them. At least I would hope that they would be organized enough to know, like, we know we're going to hit these guys. Let's not put them on the media tour,
Well, wasn't there like a whole thing where like didn't Jim Ryan go to like a party?
Oh, London. And then they shut it down the next week.
So they don't have the best history with that. And then I mean, even right now, like in the news with Hellblade and Senua with Microsoft, where they let them show off their game, and then
that's brutal, man.
Knowing that they were going to shut it down. So it's like I know what you're saying, but like I never put it past these companies to make like really weird decisions like that. But I don't know. I think Housemarque can be. I think they can have a really compelling future, but I do wonder like what their purpose is in this new paradigm. Do you see a potential future where they just get spun off, or not spun off, but I don't know, get independent?
Yeah,
somehow?
I mean, it is my hope that because people are talking about this a lot with some of the Microsoft studios, and I'm like, I really find Double Fine might be able to find investment, but I find it, some of this stuff, dubious. Like, I don't know why you would want to invest in these teams. Frankly, I don't know why you would even want to invest your own money into Double Fine. They haven't released a game that is sold in a long time. Housemarque has stature, and like they're one of Finland's most important game developers, but like it's like, could they run at would they be able to split away and sustain 120 people? Very unlikely, but like, will they be able to go back to their independent roots and be able to solidify themselves as an independent studio again? That would be my hope, that they would be given that option.
Yeah.
but we'll see.
I don't know.
We'll see.
I just think it's just I think what's bothering me a lot about like modern game development right now is just like the inflation of these budgets, and like just like Gears of War being like $400 million. Like, what do you like? Look, make no mistake, as a player, I'm really excited to see what a $400 million Gears game looks like. But if you have to be like, okay, we got to sell we got to sell 15 million copies first party to break even. Like at a certain point, it's like, what do you, unless you're GTA, which like, you're going to be fine. I just don't understand why most studios aren't operating from the break even sale number backwards. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't you be more focused on that? Like, shouldn't you be like, okay, we need to sell, we want to make a game that we can break even with like 2 million copies. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I understand that's like difficult to figure out, and I understand that there's like a lot of economic factors that get in the way of that, and I get that. But like, I think it's so unhealthy to be like, we gotta break even at 15 million copies. Like, this is not sustainable. We can't keep doing this.
No, exactly. Like I agree with the assessment about Saros that it clearly sold softly. I just don't know what that means. I don't think it's a sign. I don't think Saros is as good as Returnal. I don't. I also think that a lot of people love it, and it's a very good game. And I just think maybe it's ironic, like 5 years, player behavior's kind of changed. It could be that if you put Returnal in this place and Saros back then, the sales would be identical. Because I think people just are behaving differently.
Maybe. There's also like, that was kind of, when was Returnal? Was that 2020?
It was April 2021. It was 5 years to the date of Saros' release date. So it was a launch window game.
So that's a pandemic era game. That was like during a very different time also.
Right.
A lot more people playing games. I don't know, man. There's a lot of course correcting that needs to be done as far as like right sizing and just scaling things in an appropriate way. Like, I don't want to be waiting 6 to 7 years for new video games. And I especially don't want to wait for them just because like they got to put fucking peach fuzz on every character to make sure that they're hyper realistic, because if they're not, everyone's going to freak out like they did with the Halo Infinite brute that looked bored when he was getting meleeed in that one. That's the thing that's bothering me too, by the way. Like this demand for like, we want things quicker, and it's like, why are we putting this much money into these things? Like, why do we have $400 million games? It's because when people skimp on a fucking animation for one frame, you guys single it out and then freak out all over the place. This is why people are scared to not put that money in, because they're afraid of a frame going viral that's gonna fuck their entire game up. So like, I don't know. You get what you wish for, I guess.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see. I am trying to read positively into Housemarque doing a lot of media rounds. Not to say anything's going to happen to Sucker Punch, because I don't think it's going to. They might have layoffs, but they didn't do nearly as many interviews for Ghost as.
That's true.
As I don't know what that's all about either, to be honest. But they were not nearly as accessible. All right, and that game's probably sold 10 times better, literally, than Saros. Okay. Chris, I'm very intrigued to see what you think of this next story. We have a letter from John who says, hello, gents. We're a little more than a month away from Halo finally coming to PlayStation, a very legendary moment. The trophy list was recently revealed, and I wanted to hear from Chris. What is your take on the platinum requirements, which include a lasso run? Correct me if I'm wrong, but up until recently, there was still a bounty open for anyone who could complete a lasso run of Halo 2, and now they expect us mere mortals to do this. What are the odds you'll break your fingers obtaining this one? So on Halo Waypoint, they show the gamer score for the achievements is here too, but the trophy list is here. I don't really know how to interpret it. I'm very curious to know what you think of it.
Yeah, these are cool, man. It's surreal. I'm gonna be able to get a platinum in a Halo game. That's really cool. But I mean, these seem interesting. I like the idea of some of these. Like, there's one without taking damage. Like, there's definitely going to be a meta, right? Where it's like there's definitely going to be like, there's a best level to do that on, or things like that. But as far as the lasso run goes, that's legendary all skulls on. So legendary difficulty, the highest difficulty with all the difficulty modifiers turned on. The Halo 2 bounty was cleared. It took a couple weeks, I think. It took either 2 or 3 weeks for somebody to do it, which is crazy. It's like, it's really difficult. But also Halo 2 is notoriously difficult because that game was put together in about 11 months based on like an old scrapped version of the game that couldn't run on like a stencil engine that they had running on Xbox that they could not actually ship. And so they didn't have a lot of time to balance legendary. Like normal legendary on Halo 2 without any difficulty modifiers is fucking, I have not done it. Like I haven't done it. I played the shit out of all those games. I have not done it. It's fucking so hard. So that was comical, is what I'm saying. Every other game I think is achievable lasso. It's difficult. It's definitely difficult and it's going to be stressful, but I think this will be possible. I wonder though, because some of the skulls in this game, the skulls used to be entirely difficulty modifiers. So they used to all just make the game harder, with the exception of I think one or two that were like kind of gimmick skulls. Like I think one made rare combat dialogue a little bit more.
Oh, cool.
Like way more. That was the I would have been your daddy skull, which is awesome. But so that made rare combat dialogue more common. And then I think another one was like Grunt Birthday Party, where like if you get headshots, confetti explodes. And that one's in this too. But like there's other skulls that like give you infinite ammo in this one. And there's skulls that let you fly around the map. Like without, like they just like hover across the map just to break the game open. So I wonder if there's going to be like a particular set that is Legendary All Skulls on that excludes some of those trivializing skulls. Because I actually feel like Lasso in this game, if it is true to the name, where like it's just all the skulls that are available, it'd be fucking mega easy. But I feel like there must be some caveat to that. But it looks achievable to me. Like this is exciting, man. This is cool. I like what they're doing with it. I especially like that it's a Halo game that doesn't have any multiplayer trophies, because those were the hardest in every. I think I got all the achievements in 3 and ODST, and I almost got it in Reach, but they took away one of the playlists, and so like I just couldn't. I just couldn't do it, and that was always a bummer to me. So to know that that's not a danger here is nice, and a lot more enticing to me.
Do you remember it was like an early achievement and trophy thing that they stopped doing because they realized it was annoying, where you like had to get within the top 1 or 5% of like all people on a leaderboard or something like that, and it's like eventually it becomes impossible, you know? And
yeah, thank God. As far as my memory serves, like I don't think any Halo game ever did something like that. That would be so aggravating.
Yeah, I think it might have been like an early Forza game or something did that, and it was basically impossible.
Yeah, probably.
But they were learning how to do these things. I mean, they didn't really understand how achievements worked at that time. But I do like the where is it? God, I wish I. Oh yeah, activate all 13 terminals. Lord have mercy. I thought that was funny name for a trophy. Yeah, I'm excited, man. July 28th for Halo campaign evolved on PlayStation 5 as early as the 23rd if you pre-order it, which is $20, or not pre-order it if you get the special edition, which is $20 more. I'm not going to do that. $10, I would have done it. We'll see how I feel at the time. We'll see how I feel.
Yeah, if there's nothing to play, I might.
Yeah, right. But, exactly.
But I think I'll wait. I gotta say, I'm looking more forward to it than I thought I would. I think it looks a lot better than it did last year. My main concern was like that Unreal Engine stuttering that they had when they first showed it off, and that seems to be gone now. I have my own minor nitpicks. I'm really attached to the series, so like I'm really sensitive to really hyper specific art design things that like nobody gives a shit about but me and like maybe like a handful of other hardcore people. But I think it looks like they've done a pretty good job bringing it forward. And again, I'll say this again, it's just like it's so much nicer looking than that 2011 anniversary thing they did. I really hated the way that game looked. That game is fucking ugly as sin. I cannot get over how ugly that game is. But
surreal shit, man, with the trophies. You're right, though, with Halo. Be very curious to see how if they really do continue to bring them all over or not at this point. I don't think anything's going to change.
Yeah.
All right. This is a quick story. I just wanted to acknowledge this is that according to a website, theinsnyder.com, this is apparently like an entertainment newsletter that's fairly famous that you have to subscribe to. I didn't subscribe to it, so I don't have the full information. However, people have been linking to it because it is entitled exclusive Mark Hamill joins season 3 of Peacock's Twisted Metal. So I don't have the details of exactly what he's doing or what he's playing because I'm not paying for this. But what do you think of that? Mark Hamill coming to a Peacock's Twisted Metal. By the way, I have Peacock for free in quotes now because it's part of my Comcast subscription. I got an email being like, activate your free Peacock subscription. I'm like, all right. So
Yeah.
So I have Peacock. There's nothing. Well, I think Seinfeld and The Office are on there, so it's good for that. But so yeah, I still haven't watched the second season of Twisted Metal, but I should do that at some point. It's supposed to be good. I mean, obviously it's good and it did well because they renewed it again. But Mark Hamill,
yeah,
I wonder who he'll play.
I actually don't like. Has he ever played anybody in Twisted Metal? I genuinely don't know.
I don't think so. No,
I don't think so either. But like,
maybe he did. I don't know. That's, or something. I don't know. I'll look.
That's cool. I mean, I like Mark Hamill's performances. I think he does a really good job. I think he's a good actor. I don't know what to make of that though. Really, like, if I were casting Mark Hamill or anything, I'd want him to do a voice for something, like maybe like a faceless character or something like that, and he'd voice it. Like, I don't know, like he's just got a great voice. Like that would be what I would do. Like, but I'm struggling to remember if any character in Twisted Metal even can function that way. If there's like a robot, like I don't. It's been such a long time. I only really remember Axel and the fucking clown. What's the clown's name? Sweet Tooth.
Sweet Tooth, right? Yeah, I'm not like a big Twisted Metal person myself. Yeah. I'm trying to find live action roles, television. He has a lot of roles here. Voice roles, okay. Nothing for.
He's got a ton of voice roles.
Yeah, nothing for Twisted Metal television. Are there video games? Yeah, here we go.
I wish I could remember.
Wing Commander. That's the one I remember him being a big deal in back in the day. That was a big deal that he was in those games.
Wasn't he also in Star Citizen, or am I insane?
Yeah, I think.
Who was that actor who was like? Maybe it was him, or maybe it wasn't. But like, there was like some act. I remember they announced like some crazy big actor who was in Star Citizen, and I remember being like, "Oh, weird."
The cast for
Squadron, had a trailer for it and everything.
Let's see. Star Citizen's single player campaign, Squadron 42, has Gary Oldman, Mark Hamill, Henry Cavill, and Gillian Anderson, Andy Serkis, and Mark Strong, according to Gemini.
What a weird. That's a stacked cast for a game that I've never heard anything about.
That whole game is so. It's like a total mystery to me.
Yeah.
Obviously, it works.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like they wouldn't be able to keep doing this, I don't think, if it wasn't something, which is what's perhaps most fascinating about it, actually, if that makes any sense. Where it's like, actually, they maybe didn't rip anyone off, but I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know. It's a very EVE Online kind of game to me, where I was just like, I'm not even. I don't know. You do what you got to do, I guess. I'm never going to wrap my head around any of this.
Yeah, I remember this. The Wikipedia says, I remember reading this last month. They surpassed $1 billion in crowdfunding. So clearly people like it. Like that's what's, you can't really hate on it because it's not, it doesn't seem like a shell game or something like that. And Squadron 42 is supposed to be like the single player shooter, which is kind of neat. So
right.
I don't know if they're going to like Dust 514 it or anything like that. I think hopefully it'll just stand on its own. God, Dust 514. What a good idea.
That is a great idea. It's a bummer. Like that's all execution, man. Because that is a dope idea. Oh shit, my AC just.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing.
Turn it off.
Chris is just shutting his AC off if you're not a video listener, so we'll wait for him to come back. All right, he's returned.
Yeah, I swear to God, I always wake up and I feel like I must like in a daze like turn it off and I accidentally set it to auto or something. Because I feel like I make a note to just no, I don't want the AC getting on.
It's like
and I freeze.
It's funny. Yeah, I've been experiencing that too. Is we were talking about it last night because I'm like, it's so fucking cold in here. Like, why is it so cold? Like, why doesn't the AC ever shut off? You know, and it's because it's so hot out, I think, that it's like humid and it's confused or something. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Yeah. I'm like, it's fucking frigid in here. Like, why is it so cold? I'm like, I'm not comfortable, you know? All right. I keep Lockmore, I'm sorry. I keep fucking the just figure it out. I keep fucking the timestamps.
Yeah.
Do something.
For it. Yeah.
All right. Some quick Call of Duty news here. Treyarch, one of the Call of Duty studios owned by Activision, which was in turn owned by Microsoft now, revealed that Black Ops and Black Ops 2 are both coming to PlayStation. They'll be released in July. Iron Galaxy, the port studio, is doing the ports on their behalf. Black Ops and Black Ops 2 are, of course, of PlayStation 3 games and are therefore on our ecosystem, isolated and locked off of our platforms. This is not a problem on Xbox, where these games have been playable for years. So Black Ops came out in 2010, Black Ops 2 in 2012, both from Treyarch. I played Black Ops 1. I don't think I played the second one. I think I might have been kind of out by then. Well, no, 2012, I think I was still playing them. I don't know. I have these lofty goals all the time of playing all the Call of Duty campaigns. I've been saying it for years now. I used to when they would come out. I just stopped. You know, it's one of those things where you say something over and over again, and then you reflect back and you're like, it's not true anymore. Like, it's not even remotely true that I play Call of Duty every year. And it's like, yeah, except for like the last few years. And then you look back, it's like, Colin, you haven't played Call of Duty in like 10 years. Yeah. So no, it's not true. So maybe I'll get back to these. I don't know. But what do you think about these coming over?
Cool. Like I'm always going to be a proponent of old games coming forward and getting off of stranded hardware. I think it's cool. I think it's cool for preservation's sake. And Black Ops 1, I have vague memories of. Black Ops 1, I played, I remember on my my sister was dating this guy, and they had moved in with us because they were like moving from Arizona to New York, and they were just in our house for a while. And he had a PS3 that he wasn't using, and he let me borrow it for like several months, and that's how I got a lot of time in with the PS3 in that generation. Played some Infamous, and I remember Black Ops 1 was the Call of Duty game that he had. And I remember kind of playing a little bit of it and being interested. It was really more of a novelty thing for me because I was like, what is a multiplayer game? Like, what does a shooter feel like on PlayStation? It was weird. It was very odd.
Yeah, I can see that.
Very weird to get used to. But I only have experience with a little bit of the multiplayer of Black Ops 1. And I think I played Black Ops 2 split screen at like nephews at like my cousin's houses or something like that. I don't have a lot of experience with these games, but I would play Black Ops 1 campaign again or I guess for the first time, because like that's the one that people talk about. You know, and I think I played the first level like back when it was new, and I remember like, I'm not really feeling it. I feel like now I'm more in the mood for that kind of thing. But I'm glad to see games moving forward. There's too many games stranded.
Yeah, we're getting fewer and fewer of them, which is good. Like Metal Gear, like we were saying earlier, Metal Gear Solid 4 will soon. That's like, I would argue that's probably the most notoriously stranded game at this point on PS3. I mean, there's other first and second party ones, but as far as like mass accessibility, I feel like MGS4 is what that was actually severely hurt by being on PlayStation 3. And
at that time too. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's good. There's an argument to be made that like, well, do we really need these old games coming back if we're always talking about there are too many games? It's like, well, let me tell you, I would easily trade 1 million, the 1 million sex shop simulator games and all that. If we can get rid of all of that and just bring every other game that used to exist that was good forward, I think that'd be a way better trade-off in my opinion. I have no qualms about getting old good games onto the store just because it's more games. You know what I mean? Get fucking Sushi Flip out of here.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Well, they are. I mean, I'm so pleased that they seem to be. I would love to know. I should reach out to some of these developers to see like, what are they saying to you behind the scenes that you're doing it yourself? Like these guys are like, oh, we'll just take them off. It's like, what? I would love to know more about that because they
got a drone circling the premises.
It's, you know, we bust Sony's balls a lot, and I think reasonably so. And they don't talk and they don't communicate, but they're clearly listening. And I feel like, listen, I don't want to pat ourselves on the back too much, but like, I feel like the show plays a role. Like, we bitch about a lot of things, and they're solving a lot of these random things, and it's good. And no one else really bitches about these things like I do.
Yeah. This issue specifically, I feel like, is the thing that we're all really passionate about. Like, it bothers the fuck out of me.
Yeah, me too. And I'm so pleased. Like I don't want to dunk on them on Twitter and like hurt their feelings or whatever, but like every time I see one of these guys being like, we have to take our games down, it's like, good, fuck you. Fucking losers. Go fuck yourselves. Like you fucked everything up. You fucking greedy assholes. All right. Like, as a lover of PlayStation Network, I would never do that to PlayStation Network. You know what I mean? Like, I would never flood the storefronts with garbage, knowing that though I can make money, I'm ruining it.
I feel like as a lover of video games,
yeah, sure.
Which to me inherently like means it's like you're just, this is inherently nefarious to me.
All right, a few more pieces of news for us to get through, Chris. I thought this was interesting. I don't know how much this audience will want to talk about this, but I think this is fascinating. This is an Electronic Arts press release says Electronic Arts introduces EA advertising, launching brands directly into gameplay and live experiences. So there's a few things, and I'll read some of this, but there already are plenty of there's already plenty of advertising in EA games. And you and I have had the conversation in the past, Chris, and I am specifically talking about EA sports games, where it's one of the ironic things about EA sports games is that they are more authentic because they have real brands and advertisements in them, because that is part of it. And I'm watching the World Cup right now, and there's an they have the little wall in the back and it's like just constant array of ads and stuff. And I'm like, this is the way it works. And if you didn't have those, or it just said like EA Sports, or it would feel fake, like an exhibition or something. So I've long thought that EA is uniquely positioned to take advantage of that, and they already do. But what they're doing here is they're creating like a real brand to do it. And it says, quote, EA advertising is expanding EA's ecosystem by enabling brands to integrate directly into gameplay through dynamic, real-time placements, from stadium signage to custom in-game content designed to enhance, not disrupt the player experience. In these interactive gameplay environments, brands become part of the game itself, reflecting how players engage with advertising in real-world contexts. Brands can activate across live environments, tailoring placements to meet campaign objectives, and update campaigns with ongoing optimization informed by aggregated engagement insights. So I won't get too deep into the weeds here because it's boring for a lot of people, but I'm like, this is not a bad thing. And by the way, that $20 billion leverage buyout, it ain't going to pay for itself. So EA's got to figure out new ways to generate revenue, and this is it. I mean, this is definitely deeply connected to that. But there are some interesting stats they already have about how this has already worked for them. Where is it? Is it here? Yeah, here it is. So they already have, they say EA advertising has already started to partner with leading brands to deliver in-game experiences across the EA portfolio. So this is already what's happening. Visa, a proud partner of EA Sports FC and EA Sports College Football, is partnering with EA Sports to deliver immersive, participatory experiences in and beyond the game, connecting its global network with a community of hundreds of millions of players. Lowe's, which integrated into EA Sports FC, Madden NFL, and college football through Ultimate Team challenges and branded player content, drove more than 987,000 games played and more than 200,000 challenges completed. Red Bull engaged EA Sports FC players through branded in-game objectives, team kits, and athlete ambassador collaborations, driving more than 128 million matches played, 1.2 million objectives completed, and strong engagement, in-game and social engagement. And on and on. They have Mountain Dew, Xfinity, Peacock, and so on. So like it's already going on. And I like that kind of shit because they're like, yeah, you didn't even notice. And it's already working for them. So I don't know that there's too much more to say about this, but it's just so funny because people are talking about in-game advertising and how deleterious that would be. And I agree with that for the most part.
Right.
But what they're saying is it's not Alan Wake with the Verizon and the Duracell batteries, wherever the fuck it was, or Energizer. It's going to be like these dynamic things that make more sense, either timing or people or who you are. And I don't kind of hate that because it just, unfortunately, we are so commercialized in society that it makes things real. So
yeah, that is the weird kind of Ouroboros of it, I guess, where it's just kind of like, yeah, everything is so hyper fake that the more fake it feels, the more real it feels. It is odd. It is odd about that. But like, I do think like, I think you're right. EA Sports, and even I said this in a previous episode where I think even Crazy Taxi is like one of those IP where it's just like there aren't really many IP that I would want product placement in, but like these are them really. Now EA Sports is not to my taste. Like I don't particularly care, but like I agree with the idea that like because I think I remember playing a sports game a long time ago, and I think the banner ads along the stadium was just like EA Sports, or like it was just something that was clearly wouldn't be there, and I remember feeling like, oh, this feels kind of weird. Like I remember thinking like I don't like that really. So I think there's a case to be made that it fits in these things. Like I want people in Crazy Taxi to tell me like, take me to Popeyes.
Right.
You know, like I want that. Like, because that adds to it. It makes it actually juxtaposes how absurd what you're doing is with the fact that like you're taking these people to completely mundane real places. I love that. But this is one of those like give an inch, take a mile things where I think you got to be careful because like I do think while even in sports games, the banners on the side of the stadium and those kind of ads make sense, and even maybe billboards in certain areas. That's cool. Where it begins to be annoying though is when like the pop-ups start coming in. Like when they start deciding that that's okay to do, that's going to be fucking annoying. under no circumstance would I want like a thing popping up during my gameplay, like completely breaking the immersion of it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, pizza, or like a QR code for like Pizza Hut in the middle of fucking Crazy Taxi. You know what I mean? That pops up. Like that shit is like, you got to be careful with it.
Yeah, agreed.
And I don't know if I trust publishers to be as careful with that type of advertising as they should be. So it's hard for me to be like, yeah, do it. But I do think there's a gray area there, or like there's nuance to the types of games where it makes more sense in. I just don't want to see it in Splinter Cell. You know, I don't want Sam Fisher being like, goldfish, the snack that smiles back. You know what I mean? Like I would kill myself. I think on the spot.
It's funny.
It'd be too much for me.
Yeah, it's funny as old. I don't play sports games anymore, but I did since the early SNES. Well, NES had sports games, but they weren't very good. But the early SNES period, all the way through PS into PS3 and PS, even a little PS4, I was playing sports games still. And ads really started to introduce themselves, like real life things, in the PS1 and really in the PS2 era. The problem with it was the same everywhere. So like even if you went to like different buildings or different arenas, different stadiums, it'd always be the same kind of ad. So it actually made things seem even faker. And so yeah, getting into a more, I think the dynamic part of it is what's important for the realism. And they can listen, it's advertising and they're making money off of you, but at least they can spin it in a way that makes the game seem better. And I think that puts EA Sports specifically in a very unique position, because it's going to be much harder to do that with other things.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Pizza Hut, I saw the video going around. I never saw this when it was out, but did you see the Major Nelson Pizza Hut video? That
what? No.
I thought that might be what you brought up. Why you brought it up? So
oh no,
back in the Xbox, I just saw it because it was circulating recently. But back in the Xbox 360 era, I guess there was a Pizza Hut app on Xbox 360.
Oh, I do remember that.
And like, there's a video of him like doing it and using it, and I'm like, Jesus, this is so interesting. It's so cumbersome. It's such a product of 2008 or whatever it is, you know?
Yeah, the idea that you would log out, like turn your Xbox on to order a pizza is insane.
Actually, he's using Kinect in it, so it must be like 2010, 11, something like that, maybe.
I think I remember. I feel like I did this
because it was. He says it was 15% off if you did it on the Xbox, like the pizza.
Yeah, I think I might have done it, and like just to do it, because I remember even at the time being like, this is so silly. Like I want to order a pizza from my Xbox. That sounds so absurd to do. And I think I did it and it was fine, but then I just never did it again, because why the fuck would you? That is so funny though. I totally forgot about that.
All right. Yeah, so if you haven't seen that, by the way, out there, go look up the Major Nelson Pizza Hut video. It's interesting.
I'm looking. I do remember this.
He's kind of back in the fold, funny. I think, a little bit.
Yeah, I always liked Major Nelson.
Yeah, I had no problem with him. I mean, they had like a real personality at that point, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then it just immediately stopped. Really crazy. Like after Kinect, it kind of went all downhill.
Yeah, it's true. All right, this actually should have been, I guess, noted earlier. So we talked about GTA 6 earlier, but that's because that broke this morning. So I didn't even account for this, but we're going to talk about GTA 5 here briefly. And it's that if you are, so put your listening ears on, if you're still playing GTA 5 on PS4 for some reason, Rockstar's sick of it. They don't want it anymore. It's annoying them. So right now, you can begin to get a digital upgrade of GTA 5 on PS5 for free if you have the PS4 version of the game. So you can migrate your story mode and your online progress, everything, your career rewards, everything migrates over. However, it's worth noting, because I went and read about this because they have a migration website, and I went and read, once you do it, you can go back, but your character on PS4 will be in stasis. Like the stats don't carry over in the other direction. So like it migrates everything as it is one time over to PS5, and you don't have to pay the upgrade fee now. You can do it for free. So if you are doing that still, PSA for you. Go have fun. I saw this on circulating a website called cheathappens.com, which I feel like is familiar, but I don't know what it is. They have an interesting report here. It says, quote, Sony patents PlayStation controller with buttons that harden and soften based on gameplay. And they say, quote, we at Cheat Happens have dug up a new Sony patent that will change the feel of controls by altering button hardness in real time. The invention discusses contact parts whose hardness changes dynamically via a new hardness control unit. The contact part, or the buttons, can be made of magneto-viscoelastic elastomer. Jesus, a mouthful, I know. That softens or hardens based on magnetic field strength. Other hardware methods like fluid-filled membranes are also explored that aim to achieve the same goal. Sony's goal here is to let players experience different tactile feels for an enhanced sense of realism and adaptability. The patent says, quote, the operating device can dynamically change the hardness of the contact part in response to external control commands. Therefore, by sending control commands to the operating device, the information processing device can change the hardness of the contact section in real time. So as they note here, it's like a more extreme version of haptics, I guess. And I gotta say, I don't really hate it. The idea of resistive buttons bothers me until you consider that DualSense now has those in the triggers, and it's actually kind of cool. And Saros uses them that way, actually. It gives you 4 buttons instead of 2, which I kind of dig. So I'm not saying you would have that functionality on the face buttons per se, but resistance, I don't know. I don't hate it. By the way, as we always say, Chris, when we talk about these, Sony almost never uses their patents. So they patent them and to protect their inventions. That's it. So what do you think?
Sure. I mean, the first thought that comes across my mind when I read something like this is like, we're how cute are we gonna be getting with this? You know what I mean? Like I appreciate that there are strides being made. I think the haptics on the PS5 controller, the DualSense, are cool. I always turn the adaptive triggers off. They kind of bother me. But that's also because I play a lot of multiplayer stuff, and it feels distracting and disadvantageous for no real reason. I don't know. I don't need my controllers to be more complicated than they are, really. And I feel like we're just trying to be cute with a lot of things and trying to find like novelty spin. It reminds me of like the 3D TV era, where it's like, it's a 3D TV. And it's like, wouldn't you want that? It's like, yeah, I guess in theory, but then like you do it and you're like,
it sucks.
Not really.
Yeah, I hated that shit. Killzone 3 was one of those big games that they were trying to like push, I think, with that 3D TV that they were making. Remember that?
Dude, Combat Evolved Anniversary had a 3D TV mode, and I remember I tried it out because my parents had got. I think I told them not to do it, but they just wanted it. Because Avatar, that was around Avatar time, so like Avatar was huge, and like they're like, oh, there's a 3D Blu-ray that you can buy, and the 3D TV, and you can have the 3D experience at home, and it was like a big deal. And I remember I tried it, and it was cool, it was interesting, but it was not preferable to just not having to wear glasses. Not having to wear 3D glasses to play your video game. Like that was way better to me. So I a lot of times when I hear things about this, I just see like all I see really is another part of my controller that is susceptible to breaking.
Right. Yeah. The more moving parts and all these things, it's true.
Right. Like I never got over this. I had like an uncle tell me, like I opened the recliner, like we had a recliner in our living room, and I remember I opened it once and I was sitting down and he told me it's like that has one fewer lever pulls in it now that you've done that. And I that stuck with me in a way that like I don't know why. Now I think about it all the time. It's like every time like I drop my controller on my sofa a little bit too hard, I'm like, oh fuck, that's like maybe like a couple hours off this thing.
So funny.
Like from whatever its expiration date would have been, like now it's like maybe like a couple hours earlier. And I think about these things all the time. Like I have a lot of controllers that like the triggers stick, and I'm just thinking like, damn. So I don't know. I look at it as just overcomplicating things and just making things more expensive and making the components a little bit harder to find and making it more tedious to repair. And like I'm good with my controllers as they are, really. I don't know if I really need much more than what we have now. I'm
still fascinated by the idea I've been bringing up about using the same controller on PS6 as like a cost-cutting maneuver. I don't know. I could. Does a console feel like a new console without a new controller? I mean, PS3 did, and it had an old controller. It was just wireless. But I wonder if they'll do that.
PlayStation had a history up until 4 of using basically the same form factor,
right?
Though. So like they kind of got away with it in a weird way for a while. Although obviously we know the intention was not to have that.
It's so funny when you think about it. They're like, they're like, what do we do? And they just use the same mold. It's so funny.
It is an awesome story. I love, but it's also funny because PS1, like they kind of arguably put the PS2 controller out for PS1 with the DualShock.
Yeah.
And
there's that first version of the dual analog, which is like that obscure PlayStation controller that they did first,
The dual analog?
There was like a dual analog controller that was not a DualShock controller.
Dual analog. I think I might have had one of those.
It had concave, like really concave sticks. You'll notice it when you see it.
PS1 controller. Concave. Original, maybe?
Do you see it?
Because
Let me see if I can find it for you.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm trying to. Because every time I look for it, I'm just seeing like standard. I'm not seeing any concave anyway.
Maybe I'm misremembering.
PS1 original controller.
Oh fuck.
This one doesn't have.
Yeah. Here. No, this is the one I think of.
Oh no, yeah, it's just got dual analog, but it doesn't have.
Yeah, right. It was dual analog sticks before
motor.
They put the rumble in it, and it was a different controller. Right. It's the same, and it's got like different sticks. Like it's funny, man. Like I don't even remember that controller like being on the market. I know it after the fact, but I'm like I remember going straight into DualShock. So there was like this brief period of time where they had this like other controller, which is weird too when you think about it.
Yeah, I had this one because I remember it had no DualShock branding and it had analog on it. And I remember hitting the analog, and you'd hit the analog button, and it would glow red, and you'd be like, "What the fuck is this doing?" Because no games really used it for a while.
Right? Yeah, I love that button. Yeah, and you're exactly right. And I think they put the convex sticks on the DualShock to differentiate them. I always felt like
I don't remember concave. I remember concave was Xbox. Was that?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Concave was convex. The
convex,
right? Yes. Pardon me.
The rounded. But yeah, man, that's so funny.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of them now, like a PS1 dual analog controller, so not the DualShock, is $100 on eBay used. Because I think it is a fairly rare controller.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I was really up shit's ass at that point, and I don't remember it, which is just. But I also wasn't much of an excuse. Yeah, you can't say that. I can't say that. I'm sorry.
You say up shit's ass.
What the fuck does that even mean?
That's awesome.
Oh boy.
That's so much better than whatever the correct thing to say was.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I was so into video games is what I was saying.
I was up shit's ass. That's awesome.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, Dustin, we need you. All right, a couple more things to get through here, my friend. I just wanted to acknowledge that Epic keeps talking about Unreal Engine 6. In fact, they've been talking about it for a little while, and we haven't talked about it too much on the show. Some people have written in and a little disappointed about that. I don't think there's much to say about it yet. What I thought was interesting here, a few things. They are changing some things around within pipelines on Unreal Engine to incorporate AI, which is, I don't know if you saw this. Now, I don't think this is a bad move for them. They're a tools maker. It's about how people utilize and leverage the tools. I think they'd be kind of stupid in effect not to maybe do that. But
yeah, it's
going to have a consequence for them. And I don't know if you saw this, that Ponkel, which is the creator of Vampire Survivors, Vampire Crawlers, has an activation with Fortnite, which he has said they are not going to do now because of it.
Oh, interesting.
So like there are going to be consequences for this, but I gotta say from that, because they say here, quote, we're building development pipeline features such as an MCP with integrations for Claude, Gemini, and others as creativity and productivity multipliers so that teams can focus their efforts on the essential creative and technical tasks of development rather than time consuming manual tasks. So that's the way they're kind of putting it. The big thing about this is, and this is the thing that I think is going to really differentiate Unreal 6, although Unreal 5 does this already, I think they're just really leaning into this, is, quote, we're enabling content, code, and economies to become portable and interoperable across games, ecosystems, and engines through open standards to enable developer collaboration on a much greater scale than ever before. The big thing is through open standards. What they're basically trying to do is trying to fold everyone to these ideas that things will just work a certain way. And you and I have talked about this in terms of gameplay, which I don't think is really a way that you would want to do. But we always said like jump should just be X. We should just have an agreement that's like when you jump, you press X, right? When you shoot, it's R2, right? Like that's a different sort of standard. But what they're saying is like they want to make development standards so interoperable that you'll be able to bring them between engines and obviously seamlessly between hardware, which is pretty exciting. And I think will make things much cheaper because you have to license this. So you need to keep costs down. And if they can do that for you, I think they have something kind of interesting. People can go read. There's it's called The Road to UE6, and you can read it. It's a big blog post. But what they say is it will release in early access at the end of 2027, and that by 2029, mid 2029, it'll be ready to go.
Yeah, they said like 12 to 18 months or something.
Right, exactly. And that sounds about right, because UE1 was 98, 2 2001, 3 2006, 4 is the big gap. That's 2014. 5 2022. So this will be like within that 8 year period, which I think will work for them. And we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I read up a little bit on this, and it's like it is. There's parts of this that are unfortunate. I mean, the Gen AI integration is kind of a bummer because it means ostensibly that like most games in Unreal will have to kind of have that disclaimer of like made with AI, because it seems like it's going to be so integrated into the engine that like it'd be dumb not to use it. I don't know. AI is such a weird rabbit hole to go down, because it really is just Gen AI is my main issue.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way.
I'm fine with AI tools like making things easier. Like they just did a Premiere. They had an update for Premiere recently where they had an AI mask tool that uses like data to under, like basically you highlight an object and it kind of understands what it is you're trying to separate from the video. And it's like, this is great because it's a tool, and it's not like, and if I need to iterate on it, I can. The issue is like, I was like, oh, make a character, give him a hat. You know what I mean? Like that to me is just like fucking lame.
Yeah, but, I totally agree. You and I are in the same place. The Gen AI stuff is the problem.
Yeah, we'll see. Unreal Engine's weird. Like it's gone kind of, because I remember when it was probably like 360 PS3 era when Unreal Engine started to really be like a big, like I remember seeing it a lot in that generation, and it was associated with like really cool, like really big, like I remember Gears of War was like the big showcase for them on the 360. And it was like impressive and people wanted a part of it. But like, it feels like this generation Unreal Engine's been kind of like a mess. It's had like a lot of memory leak issues. There's a lot of great games that I just can't really get into because it just runs so poorly. Borderlands 4 is one of those games. I think Oblivion is one of those games as well. Oblivion remake or remaster, more what's it called? Whatever that game is.
Yeah, what is it called?
Remastered. It's unfortunate, man. It's because like I think Unreal Engine used to be like it used to not have a stigma, and now it kind of does. And even with the Halo campaign Evolved, like a lot of the issues have been kind of ironed out. Like the big issues, like the memory leak issues, are not a problem with that game. But like I've seen like similar complaints of like, oh yeah, there's some lens flare smearing, and there's like a general fizziness to the look of everything with the way it does nanite rendering and things like that. It's like, man, it's kind of a bummer because like I don't remember Unreal Engine having so many caveats in like early on.
Yeah, Unreal. What the Unreal 3.x was the big one, right? That everyone loved. That was the one that like was at the turn of the generation, the PS3 and 360. Like a lot of games ran on Unreal 3.
Yeah, huge games.
Yeah, the Batman games I always think of famously were on Unreal 3.
Yeah, the Arkham games, the Gears games. I feel like damn near every great game back then. The Mass Effect trilogy, BioShock. But BioShock Infinite. I don't know about BioShock specifically, but oh yeah, BioShock. Just a lot of good shit.
The Oblivion,
Borderlands, obviously.
Oblivion Remastered, it's called, by the way, in case you're curious.
Yeah, Oblivion
came out spring 25.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was.
We'll see.
Yeah, that's a bummer too because I liked both of those games. I liked Borderlands 4 and I liked Oblivion, but I was just like, I can't keep. Did I ever tell you like what the deal was with those games? Where like they would run fine and then you'd play them for like maybe like 45 minutes to an hour and then you start noticing it would slow down.
Like a data leak or whatever they call it.
Yeah, so basically you'd have to like restart the game every hour. And it drove me insane.
Oh, memory leak, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Especially with not so much with Borderlands. Borderlands I could kind of deal with it maybe, but like specifically with Oblivion, where that's a game you're kind of supposed to get lost in. To have to reset every hour was like, I'm not getting what I wanted.
Yeah, I remember that was what I believe that's what turned me off from Borderlands when it came out, and then kind of because I love Borderlands, but I'm not going to play it like that. I'm sure they've fixed it now, and that's probably why they just canceled the Switch 2 version because they're like, all right, fuck this.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. We can't do that. We can't make it work.
Can't do it, man. Sorry,
just can't do it, man. So yeah, UE6, we'll get more information. I wonder what I guess it's going to be some of their own games because I think they already teased Rocket League and stuff, but migrating over. But I wonder like what will be the first big third-party games. I'm sure they're already in development on UE6, and we'll see. And it's funny, man. I totally agree with you. Like we do need to begin differentiating, and the AI conversation is so tired, but about generative AI versus just kind of the usefulness of AI. I always think we used to use these really bespoke word programs at IGN to write strategy guides because we can write macros into them and then they would replace and do shit for us in them. And that's kind of we had to write them ourselves. So like you had to do it. Like you would say, like you would write like these things where it's like you would have these things where images needed to be inserted across a guide or whatever, but you didn't want to do it manually. So you'd like write this macro that would do it. And I'm like, that's kind of like one step further. Yeah. I won't pretend that I really interact with AI very much because I don't. I think I interact with AI most when I'm just Googling, and that Google is just gives you whatever, like whatever it is now. So I'm like, I'm not trying to use it. But the one place I do try to use it is I use ChatGPT and just ask it questions about gardening. And like, because I'm always in my gardens and I'm always planting things and I'm always asking it questions and I have like a dialogue going with it, basically. Like, what is this plant? What do I do with this? Is it good to do this? And it remembers things. And Mike is like, I think she's really disturbed that I have like this ongoing dialogue about my gardens and my plants with this AI chatbot kind of. But I'm like, it's been really helpful. And basically, it's what I was saying about strategy guides last year, I think, where I'm like, it's just a search engine. It's like a dynamic search engine. But I'm not I have, it's funny, like I do try to test out, like, what did I do to it the other day? Oh, I was like, this is where it gets crazy. And I'm like, you guys are in so much trouble, man. I was like, make a save room in a Resident Evil style game that looks comfortable. And like, you would be able to rest and kind of collect yourself there. And it made a room that looks like it's out of Resident Evil with a typewriter on the desk and an umbrella logo. And I'm like, you guys are shot. Like totally shot. It's like, you're not even hiding it.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah.
And I'm like, this is different. And it's always got that same, it's like why I can't believe people use this shit seriously. It's like the images all look the same. They have the same quality to them. This like very shiny, supernatural thing going on whenever you ask it to make. And I'm like, damn, I can't believe people really find value in this. Like, it sucks.
Dude, it's so funny. Like, it's so funny that you said. I was just having this conversation with like a friend of mine where we were talking about like it's kind of actually interesting that early AI, like early Will Smith eating spaghetti. You remember that like crazy,
right.
horrible,
and how that's got,
It's funny to me, like when you think about that, like where it's just like that was actually more like visually and artistically distinct than it is now that it's better at rendering Will Smith eating spaghetti. Like there was actually like it's not a style because it's not a person doing it, I guess, but like there was a way that the computer would render that stuff that was so unlike the way a person would do it that it actually kind of made that in and of itself interesting. Like if AI had frozen in that way where it just like made this like these really like these weird fucking facsimiles of people that were chimeras of what like a real person would be through the lens of a computer that barely understood anything, that was actually a more artistically interesting vision than what it is now, which is just like photorealistic but shiny. It's weird.
Yeah.
Like there is actually a style to older AI art.
Yeah, that's
in comparison.
That's interesting.
But
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, because I think everything's reducing as a computer would to efficiency, maybe, or not even like what people. It's like we keep saying the introduction to the M dashes and how bad that is for me into AI writing. It's like maybe this is just the best way to do it. And it doesn't really know to explore the textures between that. I don't know. But I just think so. It's like when I use it in ways that I think are more practical, like a replacement for a search engine or just knowledge, it's like it's kind of cool. When you're replacing the intuition of a human or the creativity of a human or whatever, whatever. We've talked about this many times, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I used I used it that way for a while, for about a month. And then I started doing like an experiment where I would ask it something and then I would Google what I would have asked it. Or like in search engine terms, I guess, because you can't just like speak to it as casually. Or you can't speak to Google as casually as you can to ChatGPT. And I saw too many like disparities where it's just like, oh, this is just not right at all. And so I just kind of stopped using it. But I'm sure it's probably getting better as time goes on. But I don't know, man. These are weird ass times that we're in right now.
I agree.
Can't even tell you how many videos I've seen of like a anthropomorphic strawberry cheating on a banana.
Oh boy.
You know, I'm just like, what are we doing?
Well, this is what didn't we talk about this recently, Chris? That I was like, I'm getting fooled by AI videos to the point where they're contextually wrong. They're not really visually wrong, right? It's like this doesn't feel human, but the aesthetic is not necessarily off as much as what is happening is off. And that is a scary place to be with moving pictures, especially. Still shots are a little easier to discern. But those are also contextual as well.
Yeah.
But it's as we've said for a long time, they will become perfect. And then it's going to become about deeper philosophical questions. All right. Final news is about, actually, we have another piece of news too, because I'm going to have to add something, which we'll do in a minute. But 2 pieces of Capcom news quickly. I thought this was really interesting. The website Automaton which often does this, translated a Famitsu interview. Famitsu, of course, is the famous Japanese gaming publication from, going since the 80s. They spoke with the president and CEO, Haruhiro Sugimoto. And he said something extremely interesting. Because they were basically saying, and I was like, wow, this is fascinating. And I wonder if this would be more divisive if this was making the news more, or if people were noticing this more. They write here at Automaton, Capcom's flagship IPs like the Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, and Street Fighter series have maintained their popularity and continue to produce hit games decades after they were originally created. And Sugimoto considers Capcom's organizational transformation to be one of the biggest reasons why this was possible. I don't know how I feel about this. This is what he says. Quote, in the game industry, when a title becomes a series, it often ends up depending heavily on a particular developer, becoming what you'd call an individual-driven title. If that person doesn't make one, there's no next installment. The direction of the series becomes tied to the ideas of a single creator. We discussed this issue with the central figures behind each franchise and ultimately agreed that we should abandon that approach. What we came up with instead was the idea that every title should essentially be rebuilt from the ground up. We didn't mind even if sales temporarily declined as a result, and by switching to a team-based approach to game development, Capcom changed dramatically, end quote. And then Automaton picks back up and says, Sugimoto believes this decision has more than paid off, allowing new entries in Capcom's most valued IPs on a regular basis. This also means that knowledge and expertise accumulated by development teams is handed over generationally, securing each franchise's longevity. Additionally, he considers this to be just as important when it comes to developing new IPs, with 2026's Pragmata being a symbol of Capcom's team-oriented development structure. What do you think of that? Usually we are so focused on the Ken Levines and the Miyamotos and the Miyazakis and, all of these guys. Yeah. And he's basically saying, like, we're not doing that anymore. And what's so funny about that is that they created some of those people, whether it was Inafune or Mikami and others. Right. And they're realizing, like, it's not necessarily working. And I think they realized that with Mega Man. Mega Man didn't really work without Inafune for a while, and now it works fine. So what are your thoughts on this? I think what he's saying is a pretty dramatic thing, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. Like Ken Levine, God bless him, it's been like 10 years, and there's probably like there's probably a perfectionism that comes along with authorship in a way that doesn't really exist when, you're a team building a product. And I'm sure, by the way, the people on the team building a product care also, but it's just a different level of emotional investment, I guess, if it's your baby versus the team's. And so, like, I understand what they're saying. On the other hand, though, with Capcom, I don't think I would never. How should I say this? Capcom's doing very, very well right now, and that should not go underappreciated. But I don't know, man. I kind of finished Resident Evil 9, and I was like, yeah, this is a team-based. A team definitely made this. It's good. It's a very good game. I enjoyed it. But it's like it's a 9-hour game. It's very kind of, I don't know. I was expecting more out of Resident Evil 9, to be honest. And what I got was fun and nice, but I like it less as I get further away from it. I do think that beginning area is great. What's that? The care center?
Yeah.
And I think after that, it does kind of feel like a committee kind of game. Like, you're in this room for a while and you do the thing, and then you go to the next thing, and everything's like barren. You're in a lab. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to say they're doing a bad job, because that's not necessarily true. But like, there is something that I felt in that game where it's like there's like a vision here that's kind of missing, I think.
It's interesting. Yeah, because I really liked it too, but you're right. I mean, in my opinion, with Requiem, which I thought was awesome, but like, the bones of the open world game are there. You know, like there's another game there that they were making, and they put them together.
You can feel the stitch. Like I remember getting to that point where like there's an entirely new menu system that opens up midway through the game, and you're like, oh my god, this was stitched together by a team that needed to get something out. And like, you know, no disrespect, like I think it's a great game. It's one of my favorites of the year, I think. I don't think team-based games are inherently bad or negative, and I think a lot of team-based games happen to be some of my favorites. But you can definitely feel that difference in like a Resident Evil 9 versus something like a BioShock Infinite. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can feel that. But if it works for them, it works for them. I mean, who am I to argue with them? They're making money hand over fist. Their franchises are in a better place than they've ever been, really. So it's clearly working for them. But also, like, it's hard. You can't ignore From Software, you know, like they're kind of dominating right now with like the opposite mentality. So it really is a matter of like what works best for your team, what works best for your IP, what works best for the types of games that you're making, and how well you can execute on those ideas. I think auteur-driven development and team-driven development are both valid as long as you can deliver on the execution and as long as you're in a healthy place to do so. So
yeah, it's
props to them for figuring it out.
It's well said, and I think it's funny with Capcom, you can't argue with the results, both financially and critically. They're just in a really good place. I also feel this though, Chris, as we exit this story, is I think it's kind of like having your cake and eating it too, or at least the publishers, if you know enough about how games used to be made in Japan and how crazy people used to be in Japan about personnel, they kind of, the powers that be, like I think Sugimoto is the son of the founder of Capcom. So his dad was one of the people that made it so that Keiji Inafune couldn't use his real name in the credits because they were afraid he was going to be poached. People at Konami, I've told this before. Do you know? I think I've said this on the show. I don't think it's like this anymore, but if you would email people at Konami, they all had alphanumeric email addresses. So like you would email, I have to email like this guy. It's A1372BX@konami.com. And that was so that like no one could email anyone and no one knew how to find or contact people because the people that had the operational and institutional knowledge were who were important. And
that's so great.
So if you go read like the Castlevania credits or whatever, it's nonsense because no one's allowed to use their names. And you hear the stories. We always make fun of the story about how Nintendo stopped letting Miyamoto ride his bike. That's a real story because they were afraid he was going to hurt himself. So like they created this environment. And so then what's ironic in my opinion, Chris, is that Capcom then was the company that got hit hardest when those guys turned. Because it wasn't just Inafune always gets, the most shine, I think, from that. And of course, Ego with Konami and later Kojima. But we had brought up Mikami earlier, and Kamiya, the Clover guys at Capcom. Capcom spun them into their own studio. They made like Okami and stuff like that. And then they're like, bye. And they got kind of burned by it. And I'm surprised it took them so long to acknowledge it, though I think you can see in their output that they have known this for a long time now. And it does work for them, generally speaking. I do think there is a level of inconsistency, though, like you're saying. We always bring up Resident Evil 3 Remake, which is just markedly weaker than everything else. And if you had the same teams making them, it would take way longer, and that's undesirable as well, but it would have been a better game. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. But yeah, it makes sense to not want to rely on like an individual. Like I think about Konami a lot, where they're sitting on Metal Gear and they kind of can't do anything with it really. Like they can port old games forward and maybe remaster some stuff. They definitely got they've got the break glass in case of emergency Metal Gear Solid 1 Remake sitting there, I guess. But they can't really do anything with that series really because like their main creator left and everybody kind of knows. Everybody who's into Metal Gear knows. There's no casual Metal Gear fan who doesn't know about Kojima, you know what I mean? Like no one on this earth likes Metal Gear and doesn't know anything about Kojima. So like they're just stuck with this IP that's like really, really valuable that they can't really do much with. And I can see why a company might not want to be in that position ever. So, yeah.
If you look at the Castlevania 1 credits, this is Konami, so it's not Capcom, but the director is Trans Fishers, which is not a real person. It's actually Hitoshi Akamatsu. The screenplay was written by Bram Stoker.
That's insane.
And music by James Banana. Like, it's like, this is what they were doing to hide their talent. So
that's so psychotic, man.
True.
Like, it's so
100% true. Just a quick story as well, kind of an ancillary to this, or a corollary, I should say, is Devil May Cry 5. Video Games Chronicle had, so this game came out in 2019, I want to say, right? Something like that. Let me see here.
Yeah.
2019, March 2019.
Yeah.
Devil May Cry 5 sold 2.1 million copies in its first fiscal year. All right, so that was 2019. And then it's sold appreciably ever since then. But this last fiscal year, it sold more than any other year. 2.7 million units. So Capcom is creating like a really impressive back catalog of games that people are revisiting. Granted, I'm sure it's not anywhere near full price, but that you're pushing IP by the millions for a game that came out in the PS4 era bodes really well for what they're doing. They have a really good, I know we beat the drum with Capcom, but it's like they're killing it. They really are. Yeah. And they're not done this year. I mean, what's so crazy, 2 of the 3 best games of the year, in my opinion, are theirs. Pragmata is definitely my favorite game of the year, and Resident Evil. And then they're not done. They still have Onimusha coming later. So it's just, I don't know, man. They're just killing it. And I want to congratulate them for that. Yeah. There is a final story, though. And let me put this in the chat here. I saw this pop up and I put it in the footnotes. God damn it. There we go. We've had these rumors. So Jason Schreier, the journalist, reported some time ago that Sony's just not going to release its games on PC anymore unless they're multiplayer games. And a lot of people doubted that or whatever. I don't know why. Listen, like, you can feel how you want about Jason Schreier. I've had weird interactions with him in the past. I've also had good interactions with him in the past, but like, he obviously knows what he's doing. And I can't think of a single thing he's ever said that didn't come true. Could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
So I don't think you needed this, in other words. But Hideaki Nishino, who's the CEO of PlayStation, as we know, he used to be co-CEOs with Herman Hulst, but he's now the lone man at the top. He also was interviewed by Famitsu. And Push Square has a translation of part of what he was talking about here with PC games. So I just thought I would add this to the record. I don't know that there's much more to say about this because we understood that this was true, but here's confirmation. Quote, platform selection has always been determined based on the characteristics of each individual title. If releasing a game on PC allows us to maximize the value of that game's experience, we will continue to consider it. As our primary policy at present for first-party single-player games, we intend to further refine and enhance the unique value of gameplay experiences that can be delivered on PlayStation. On the other hand, for live service games, we believe it is important to enable as many people as possible to play through online multiplayer, and so we will continue to regard releases on both PS5 and PC as the basic approach. Regardless of which platform a title is released on, our decisions will be guided by the principle that players should receive the best possible experience, one that maximizes the strengths of that particular game. End quote. So there you have it from the horse's mouth. So I doubt that's going to stop anyone from saying anything still to this day, but here, I mean, there it is. If you needed more proof, if you didn't believe Jason's reporting. Do you have anything you want to say about this before we move on?
No, I mean, this is pretty obvious. I mean, this is what I was saying. It's just like they got, especially, and again, I know I've said this before on other episodes, but like, dude, like in a time where people aren't really hungry for the next PlayStation machine, people aren't clamoring for more of it. You've kind of got to double down, and you've kind of got to showcase value. And the way you do that is by just making sure that your exclusives by making sure there's a reason to own the machines and be in the ecosystem. And being on PC does kind of undermine that. And it also, like, to the effect that it like helps them, to the effect that they make money on PC, it's just like it's negligible in comparison to the amount of money that they would gain if they just bolstered their console ecosystem. So,
well,
seems obvious.
Yep, I agree. And we'll see how this looks moving forward. But we'll obviously see Tokon this summer releasing on PC and PS5, but we'll see Wolverine releasing only on PS5. And so we'll get a little bit of taste of both of those things. All right, Chris, it's time to talk to everyone about what we're playing. I'll get out of the way quick. I don't know how much you have to say either, to be honest. I don't have much to say this week. I platinumed 007 First Light. That's platinum number 211. The trophies are... There's a cool system in the game where you can go to any chapter and then any checkpoint in that chapter. And so if you have a guide, you can get all the collectibles really quickly. However, there are two things. There's one where I think in chapter 10, you need to have a certain weapon on your, or like ability on your watch.
Oh, the laser.
Yeah, right. So you must actually play through from chapter 9 to get those particular things, which is a little annoying. So there's something to keep an eye on. The other thing is that the trophies are a little janky, and I thought they were totally broken, and I think they were. But I was told that you can do a certain thing to make them pop. So when I started getting all the collectibles, some of the trophies weren't popping, and I was getting annoyed. So I sent the save to the cloud and was like, I'll try this again. But actually, the trophies are just mega latent because the game is always online. I don't know if I've noticed that about it. So like if you wait like literally 30 seconds or so, like the trophy will actually pop. And there was so IO was apparently aware of this, and they patched the game, I think, on the 11th. And the patch inadvertently stopped the game from disconnecting from the servers as well and going offline. So you couldn't even play it that way. So I think it'll be worked around much easier in the future, but that's what I had to do. So yeah, that's out of the way. And then I'm back to Pragmata because I'm preparing and taking notes for the spoiler cast and review discussion. I already beat it once, but I'm playing through on insanity mode. It is pretty hard. I really, really like it though. I think one of the cool things about it is it really forces you to hack a lot and use the things in the game that you don't like. It depends on how you want to play it, but I wasn't like trying to overheat enemies or try to like fill up necessarily intentionally the bar that lets you use like your overdrive attack or whatever. But like the insanity mode is all predicated on that stuff, and it's really cool. I'm really, really enjoying it. There are 5 sections in Pragmata. I'm in the 4th section. Maybe I'll beat it tonight. I don't know. So that's all I'm doing for now. It says here you're playing Crazy Taxi on PlayStation 2, which is interesting. I never played the PS2 version of Crazy Taxi.
Yeah, it's fun. Like I don't have much to say about it either. I just kind of like there's a bunch of games that I'm really looking forward to, and it's when I'm really looking forward to stuff, it's hard for me to really get into it's hard for me to start anything that isn't those things. I don't know what it is. So I've been kind of looking around like what's a light game that I can play. And Crazy Taxi was just kind of sitting there. It's like, you know what? I haven't turned my PS2 on in a long time. Let me fire it up. And it's fun. It's just like, dude, like it's I love how janky the physics are. Like it's the funniest shit in the world, like hitting a car and watching it like just barrel in a way that makes no sense. I hope that's retained. Yeah, when they go back to it for the 2027 the new game. But yeah, I was just enjoying it, trying to... What I forgot about it, though, is, and it's because, like, so much game design has happened since the original Crazy Taxi, is that, like, there's a... So you have to toggle between drive and reverse. And to accelerate and reverse, you have to hit the trigger as well.
That's right.
So, like, it's the same button to go, whereas it used to be, like, I think there's other games where, like, you either pull back or, like, maybe it's the opposite trigger or whatever. So that took some getting used to. I'm shit at the original Crazy Taxi. I played more of Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller on the original Xbox.
Yeah, the Xbox exclusive one.
But it's great, man. The Crazy Taxi is just good fun, great soundtrack. Not much to say about it. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It's very much what you see is what you get, but it is deceptively fun to play. Like, it's one of those games that looks so simple and is, but like the joy of interacting with it and the joy of actually like moving through it and watching your impact on the world happen, like watching traffic get fucked up and watching people dive out of the way as you barrel towards it. It is satisfying and fun. So shout out to Crazy Taxi. I'm in that headspace now. I've been listening to a lot of Bad Religion. So I was like, cool. I was like, you know what? I'll jump on a Crazy Taxi.
I'm looking here on PSN profiles. Like, yeah, I remember when they ported it to PS3 in 2010, I played it a little bit. That might be a fun one to play on stream at some point. But to reacclimate myself, maybe I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, shout out to the original Crazy Taxi. Wonderful game. But yeah, I was a Dreamcast guy with that, for sure, at that time. All right. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, Chris, and end this episode as we always do with inquiries from the audience. You've heard your inquiries throughout the show, but you'll hear more of them now. And you can submit your inquiries via the thread in the newsfeed on Patreon. Each and every week, they go live on Wednesday afternoons and are deleted on Thursdays. So you have about 24 hours. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Couldn't do it without your support. We appreciate you. The first inquiry comes from Leon, Dustin's new baby infant, who says, hello, Sacred Sluts. Has PlayStation lost its riz? Many of these recent E3 season game announcements would have debuted exclusively at Sony's State of Play just a few years ago. Instead, Sony's competitors got first dibs to show games like Final Fantasy VII Revelation, Persona 4 Revival, Persona 6, Stellar Blade 2, Resident Evil Veronica, Wolong 2, the Dragon's Dogma 2 DLC, and many more. This doesn't spell doom for Sony, but it is a worrying trend, especially when it comes to their partner relationships. Is PlayStation simply the default console now where these games will sell regardless, so third-party publishers are trying to get the bag through marketing deals with Xbox and Nintendo? Is Sony overconfident now and not paying to have these games associated with their console? Is Sony failing to manage its relationships with third-party developers? In particular, Shift Up's decision to show Stellar Blade 2 somewhere other than the State of Play seems like a canary in the coal mine, considering Sony's hand in the first game's success. Thoughts, gentlemen? I did notice some of this. So, like, the Persona stuff is not a huge surprise because Xbox has a relationship with Sega developing around Game Pass that they've had for a couple of years now. And so they're locked into that, and they're going to do that. The Final Fantasy VII and Resident Evil stuff, I mean, I think the Summer Games Fest is just kind of bigger. I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong. I think Sony does. I don't know if it's losing its riz per se. I've said before, I think Sony has kind of an image problem. But I don't know if that parlays to the developers and publishers. I think Sony is probably in the position to be the least aggressive in trying to net these guys. A lot of this stuff is also determined ahead of time. And they have to show things that others wouldn't show, and they have to make room for that. So like the new Silent Hill game, for instance, is a PlayStation console exclusive, so that has to take up space there and so on and so forth. So can you read into this a little bit? I'm sure you can. I don't think Wolong 2 is that big of a deal. The Capcom stuff is big, but not a huge deal. Stellar Blade 2, yeah, I'm not crazy. Shift Up doesn't seem to... I don't want to say treasure. That's not really the right word. It doesn't really seem to value its relationship with Sony as much as it used to anymore. And I think a lot of that is driven by the fact that Stellar Blade's success, though it was early because it was a PlayStation console exclusive, its success really, I think its wider success came from Steam. And I think that its wider success came from overseas.
Yeah.
So I don't think PlayStation, like if I were them, I wouldn't want to be with PlayStation either, unless they were really, really offering to like blunt our costs in a way that made it make a lot of sense. So I almost feel like you're talking about two different things, which is like Sony's lack of quality image these days, I think is real. People are really hard on everything they do, and they've kind of put themselves in that situation, and that's something to deal with. But I don't know if I see it through the State of Play lens, because I still think they had a lot of good premieres. And I just think Summer Games Fest is just a bigger deal. And then when you see the Persona stuff at Xbox, you're like, well, they had to do that. They're with Sega. I mean, that's what's going to happen. They're Game Pass games. So what do you think, Chris? Has PlayStation lost its riz?
I think you could even maybe read somewhat the opposite, in the sense that, I don't know, if you're one of these big games, I feel like you kind of want your moment, right? Like you kind of want your moment in the sun. You want to make your splash. And to be honest, I just don't think there was room. Like Final Fantasy VII needed to have that ending splash, but so did God of War. And so, like, you know, where are you going to go, really? And like, doesn't it help to be, you know, the biggest story of the event, as opposed to being just one of the biggest stories of the event? You know, like, would you rather have your Resident Evil Code Veronica remake going up against a new God of War announcement? You know, like, is that something that you want? Maybe not. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the logistics are. I don't know how they view it. I don't know if they view it as like we could be part of like a star-studded show, or if they look at it as like we want to kind of have some attention of our own. I would imagine it's more that than the other. So I really just think it's a logistics issue. I literally just think like they had 20 minutes of God of War gameplay, and they had 20 minutes of, I mean, ostensibly 20 minutes of Final Fantasy VII for Summer Games Fest. You know, it was like 4 trailers or something.
Yeah,
like
it was ridiculous.
So I really just think it's a matter of just like the games are where they make the most sense. I don't think it. I think people are reading into it a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. I thought all 3 shows were really strong, actually. Consistently strong, where they were all like in the B's, and I can't really complain about that. But I also would remind everyone, Chris, that the losing party, so in this case, like an Xbox, for instance, has the greater desire to spend more and make it more tantalizing for people to play ball with them, and so that's going to obviously be irresistible to studios that can literally think about it. Xbox's showcase showed 24 PlayStation games. They only showed 28 total games. All of them had PlayStation logos on it. Sony just gets those for free. Those guys still get to release their games over there, and then they're like, all right, fine, you can pay us for this, or we get on Game Pass and whatever. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt us. I mean, it doesn't affect us at all.
No.
Do I really believe in my heart that P Studio wants Persona 6 at the Xbox showcase? No. I don't believe that for 1 second. But that's where it is, and it'll sell fine. And they showed a shitty logo. It's not so. I agree with Chris. I wouldn't read too much into it. I do think Sony has an image problem. That's another question entirely, and I'm not entirely sure how they turn it around, except for to deliver the goods. Make sure Wolverine's great. Make sure Love is great. Make sure Intergalactic, especially, is great, and just shut everyone up.
Yeah.
All right. Second inquiry comes from Brent Linquist, who says, "Hey fellas, I'm a lifelong resident of Washington State, and it's prohibitively expensive to live here. Starbucks recently relocated to Tennessee, and that got me wondering, is it worth it for Sony to consider relocating studios like Bungie or Sucker Punch to more economically friendly locations? I know it wouldn't solve all their problems, and I'd hate to see them leave my home state, but it's getting ridiculous around here as always. Thanks for the show." This wouldn't work because I think, first of all, anything's theoretically possible. And like you said, Starbucks is moving, like everyone's moving out of these, like, frankly, these bluer states to redder states because it's just cheaper to do business in these places. But that comes at a major cost. The first thing is that, like, you have to bring your people with you. You could do that. Companies do that, and they pay for your moving, and they set you up, and they try to help you out. But if the point is to say move Sucker Punch from Bellevue to Knoxville, are you going to go to all of them and be like, all right, we're moving all of you, and they're all in, and then it's like, all right, and you're all getting a 25% pay deduction? In other words, like, how does it really help you? It's actually enormously helpful to the people at Sucker Punch to be like, so you're going to pay us Seattle prices in Tennessee. And from that perspective, it's like, okay. And then it just kind of defeats the purpose. I guess real estate would be cheaper. You're also leaving places where people want to be. And it's not as simple as like up and leaving. When I got my first job, like a corporate job out of college, like I could do whatever I wanted. But if you have like a child in school or you have like a house, it's like, it's not that trivial. And so it's a nice idea, but it's not going to work. The bigger thing is, in my opinion, is to also, I should say this, Starbucks moving its headquarters and like its operation is a much bigger deal that saves way more money than a studio of 100 people or 150 people. So that's another thing.
Yeah.
It's like, if you were saying like, should SIE move to whatever, Florida? Be like, yeah, that might be a good idea actually, but that's different. That's a way different scale of money. You also just have to realize that I think if you're going to invest in new projects or invest in new teams, you just do it in different places. In other words, you keep your legacy shit. Like, you'd be crazy to have another studio in Santa Monica or another studio in Bellevue. You wouldn't be so crazy to have a studio in Seoul or spinning something up in Tokyo or even in Prague. So I think those are almost like, they should be more anticipatory of future costs than trying to blunt the cost they've already incurred, in which I don't think they would really be able to do it. Because like I'm saying, like, if you're going to move all these people, so it's like, well, so they all just work for Sucker Punch still, and now you're just paying them the same amount of money.
Yeah, and that's also expensive to do, to move.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not,
and you'll probably lose half of them as well. So yeah,
you'll lose a lot of your talent. If you're moving to a place like Tennessee, you better hope that you retain the talent that you do have, because it's going to be hard to attract talent there. There's not a reliable pipeline. I mean, dude, even New York, when I was in high school and I was graduating and I wanted to do game development, there was no meaningful game design anything in New York. And that was in 2012. You know, that wasn't like in the 80s or something. So like, you have to imagine the Tennessee is even more dire, where it's like, there's just like, who the fuck is over there building games. So like, there's a lot of cost that goes along with it. It is not trivial to move an entire operation, even if it's just like 100 people or like a studio. It's not trivial for a person to move. So like, I don't know. It's the wrong way to think about it. I think you're right though. Like if you're gonna open studios anywhere, you're probably looking overseas.
Yeah, again, I think the anticipatory thing is just easier, and then just kind of dealing with the fixed costs you have now. And is it ideal to have Naughty Dog at the Water Garden in Santa Monica? It's like it's unimaginable that it could be much more expensive than that. So no, it's not ideal. And then you have to pay people to live there and stuff like that. But as long as they continue to deliver the goods, I think everything will be okay. But it's a nice idea. And you're right. Like major corporations do move all the time, and thousands of people go with them. I just think it's different, and it's also more staggered. Like as I understand the Starbucks move, it's not like everybody's moving. And that might be the intention and eventually, and I don't blame them. And by the way, a major thing that's happening in Washington is not only and you know this, Brent, because you live there, but it's not only the cost of living, it's that they just got rid of, they introduced an income tax. And now it's only for people that make $1 million or above, but it's going to obviously trickle down as it always does with new tax law. And that scares a lot of people, especially business owners. And I think that's why people are fleeing Washington. And that's a bummer, because that was always the coolest fucking part about being in Washington state for a lot of people, was the no income tax thing. You basically get a blue state kind of metropolitan life with the perks of a red state, like not paying income tax. I mean, it's unimaginable in a way. And it's too bad, man. I don't give a shit about Washington as far as like a municipality. Like I don't live there, but like I was bummed when they did that, because I'm like, dude, I knew so many people that worked at Microsoft and people at Sucker Punch and other places where I'm like, damn, dude, they had it good, like real good.
Yeah,
and they still do for now, but it won't last. All right, Connor Reese writes in next. And he says, "Hi guys, why are game studios so often shut down instead of sold? If there's a willing buyer, wouldn't selling the studio talent or IP be a better financial outcome than simply closing it for the tax write-off?" I mean, Connor, don't you say what the obvious thing is? If there's a willing buyer.
Yeah.
The thing we talked about this a little bit earlier with the Xbox studios, you see the studio, like compulsion, like who in the world is going to buy compulsion? Why would you ever do that? Why would you buy Double Fine? And by the way, I'm not entirely sure that the IP is going with them. In fact, I would think Microsoft would be fucking nuts to let them take the IP. It's like, you guys can go. We're keeping your shit. You don't just get to walk away with your games. Now, it could be an Activision Bungie-like thing, right, Chris, with Destiny, or what IO did with Hitman and Square Enix.
Sure, yeah.
But I don't know why you would do that.
Yeah, I mean, it does depend. It's kind of IP dependent, isn't it? Because Hitman really is an IO. Like I really kind of don't know who else could make a Hitman game, really. Like that is a very specific skill set. It's like I couldn't imagine really being interested. But
don't you think Square also did that because they realized it was just bad PR? You know, and they're like, it's not worth it.
I mean, that's also true. But what I'm saying is, I don't think. I don't know. It seems to me that the reason studios sell, or the reason studios shut down, is because there is no buyer, and also just like it's kind of easier to just be like, hey, it didn't work. We can shut the studio down, and we retain the IP. I'm fairly certain that's how that works. If you shut down, like if you shut down Double Fine today, you would own Psychonauts and those things. So you don't lose the IP if you shut the studio down. You get to save money, and you get to retain that IP. And it's not like a Sony Spider-Man issue where like, oh, we got to make a new Psychonauts game every 3 years to renew the license. It's like they just have it. So I don't know. I just think it's like I think the real issue right now is that there's not a lot of buyers. The market, people aren't looking to buy right now.
Right. I mean, in my opinion, Chris, if like people are not interested in Blue Point, which seems like there's no interest in it, which is crazy, in my opinion, then there's not going to be any interest in Ninja Theory. I mean, maybe if you scaled, I mean, I would imagine regardless, if these studios manage to save themselves, they will be massively scaled down, I assume, and probably lose their real estate and all that kind of stuff. But if I were Microsoft, I'd be like, well, we invested in you. Obviously, things have changed. I think with Compulsion specifically, you never really delivered anything meaningful for us. The very least we can do is we'll let you go, but we're not going to try to like, you can, I'm not even sure they're letting themselves buy themselves back. I think they're trying to find them investors, which I think that's above and beyond, actually, because really you could just write down impairments on them and absorb that. But if you let them walk away for like $1 or whatever they have to pay, like some nominal fee. So I think Microsoft's kind of doing right by them, but I also feel like that's also an optics game, especially because I think they're like, I'm just making this up, but it's like, what do we pay for Compulsion? $20 million? Like, who gives a shit? You know, like we don't need to sell them. We can just let them go. And if they want to be shut down, then, or if they can't find investment, which they're not going to, I imagine, then again, I think Double Fine has the best chance because I think Tim Schafer is just so deeply connected. Right. Remember, I believe Tim Schafer was one of the co-founders of that website Fig. We haven't talked about that website in a while. I don't think they really do anything anymore. And I wonder if that might be the future. Considering Psychonauts 2, before Microsoft bought the team in 2018 or whatever it was, they crowdfunded that game. So on Fig. So they have options, I think. Tim Schafer is a well-known auteur of sorts. Microsoft just let them make whatever they wanted, and that was really stupid. That game, Kiln, I mean, it's cool, but it's like when I saw that game, I'm like, are you serious? Like, you're serious? This is what you seriously have them doing? In their they're on like 3rd Avenue near King Street in San Francisco, like premium real. You guys have these guys just sitting there making Kiln? Are you out of your fucking mind? So like, to me, I look at that and I'm like, you kind of feel bad for them because they were mismanaged. Like it's what I always said. It's like, these guys aren't making any money. Like, how is this working? And it's like, they actually almost believed the hype. When you saw a game like South of Midnight or whatever that game's called, it's like, God almighty, are you serious? I mean, it's a cool idea. I don't hate it. It's just like, you can't have your first parties making games like this in this era. This is not the way it works anymore. No way. I understand the Game Pass fodder idea. Right. But since Game Pass didn't, I don't know if you saw this. I went and dug up the old image that they circulated or that leaked of like their projections. And they literally thought they were going to be at 75 million right now. Like right now, they're at maybe 25 to 30. So under the auspices of like their expectations, a Double Fine and making Kiln works, maybe, but not here. So it's a long-winded way, Connor, of saying like there are I think very few studios that would find buyers right now. Look at what happened with the Negotiate. I didn't put this up, but like that game's dead apparently. Like even he couldn't find investment. They needed $40 million to finish the game. It's a lot of money, but it's like, I'm actually authentically surprised like Sony or someone didn't come in and be like, well, you can finish it for us as a second party game or something. But if he can't find investment, you think these guys are going to find investment? I mean, I guess we'll see, but it's rough out there. The bigger thing, this is my sports poison brain, but it's like, I'm surprised publishers don't trade. That's like the more interesting thing, because you see studios sometimes in people's families where you're like, that studio would make more sense here, don't you? And this studio would probably make more sense with you. Let's make a little deal. Instead, what you find is that studios leave hands and enter other hands. That's what happened with Rare, which is, of course, a famous Nintendo studio. And what happened with Bungie, which went from Xbox to independent to Sony. I think everyone's scared of M&A right now. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. And by the way, I think you'd look pretty stupid buying or trading or acquiring anything when you're about to lay a bunch of people off. And just to reiterate what I said earlier, Sony's definitely not immune. Like, they're definitely going to lay people off. There's no doubt. Yeah. I think they're just waiting to the next fiscal quarter, if I'm being honest, because they're already incurring impairments from the Bungie write-downs, which they're not done. That's the other thing, is they're not done writing that down. Not even close.
Yeah.
They just took like a $700 million hit or something on it. It's like, holy fuck. Like, my God. All right. Fourth inquiry, Chris, comes from Nick Stolte. Says, afternoon, gentlemen. Congratulations on the birth of Leon S. Furman. Close. Colin, lately you've been talking about how PlayStation and Xbox should exit the A and AA space. My main objection to this idea is Nintendo's success. Oftentimes, their cheap casual games like Animal Crossing or Pokemon outsell nearly every first-party game Xbox or Sony has ever released. Tomodachi Life and Pokopia both seem to capture more attention than Xbox or PlayStation this year. It seems to me Nintendo is PlayStation's primary competition, and Sony has ceded vast swaths of the audience to them. Is it really wise to double down on the AAA hardcore audience? I don't know how you feel about this, Chris. I mean, it's an interesting conversation to have, Nick, but like Nintendo is different. Nintendo, it's a little different right now with Switch 2 because it's getting a lot of ports. And obviously it has a very vibrant indie and A scene. But Nintendo isn't Nintendo without its own games. And I've been making the argument that not only is PlayStation without its own games, it is literally right now PlayStation without its own games. I mean, if you count like Death Stranding 2 and Yote, these are great games, but there's no identifiable quarterly or twice quarterly releases from them like there is at Nintendo, because Nintendo has to do that. And so I just think it's different. Would Sony want to be in Nintendo's position? I don't think so. Sony makes way more money than Nintendo on a gross revenue basis, like more than twice as much. So I think they're just in different spaces. And I'm not diminishing what Nintendo does. Nintendo makes an enormous amount of profit and they drive their own revenue, but it all sinks on and hinges on them. And you can see people's disappointment with the last Nintendo Direct. Obviously, Ocarina of Time remake's going to be huge. It's going to be bigger than anything PlayStation does this year. Maybe not. Wolverine might be pretty big, actually. But it's like, yeah, that's their bread and butter. Zelda, Mario, Donkey Kong, random sports spinoff, a thing like Animal Crossing or Tomodachi Life, like you were saying, like Kirby, and there's a Yoshi game that just came out. Well, this is their thing. And these games do drive sales. And I think more than that, they drive a sort of stickiness on Switch that I don't think exists on the other platforms by virtue of the fact that the other platform holders don't have to treat their catalogs like that because everyone else sells their games on their platforms. And if you're buying something like Resident Evil on Switch 2, you're buying the worst version of the game.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that makes sense to you, but that's kind of how I see it. There is no future for Sony and A and AA games. I don't know how else to impress this upon you out there.
Yeah.
I know you hate it. I hate it too. I love those random games. The thing is that you and I, we bought them and played them, but most people didn't. And some people would say like, oh, they took a rider on Journey or they took a ride. And it's like, true. Like those games were big and they were really important and you could have those, but you don't need to buy studios and you can have second parties do that. And that's where I feel like that's the differentiation between the first and the second party. And that's why I keep saying, Chris, Sony should just really be making AAA games at this point. Like there's no other excuse.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so many different ways about this because I do think Sony should focus on AAA games, but I also feel like AAA doesn't need to be so AAA, I guess. I don't know. I look at Nintendo, and Nintendo's operating on a different wavelength, though, because Nintendo is in Japan. Their studios operate in Japan. It's a very different situation. Like, they have a lot to gain in comparison. Like,
and by the way, their one American team released a game no one bought in Metroid.
Which one was that? Metroid. Prime. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Metroid, was that Prime or Dread?
Yeah, Metroid Prime 4, I guess, whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah, and Metroid Prime 4 was like a very, I don't know, to me, that did not read like a AAA game. And to be honest, like none of their games really read to me. Even Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like those are really, really great games. I really quite like them. But they're not up to the same, I don't want to say quality because it's not necessarily the right word. There's a lot of different ways to measure that. But like they feel like really, really good AA games. Like in my opinion, you know, like all of Nintendo stuff. And they're operating in Japan. It's like way cheaper to run. You're competing with PlayStation's all in America now, basically. Like there's
PlayStation's operated out of America.
Yeah, so it's just it's a different ball game entirely. It makes more sense for Nintendo to focus on these smaller games, not only because they rely so heavily on first party in comparison to a lot of other or their all their competition, but because it yields more rewards to do that because the expense is lower. There's a tolerance on Switch for, and I want to say lesser quality because it's not necessarily the right word, although that is true for Pokemon specifically. They release shit Pokemon games all the time, and they don't, nobody seems to care. I think that's I don't know. I was about to say I think that's a good thing, but that's not necessarily a good thing. I do think we need, generally as a space, to be more okay with things that aren't fucking, AAA hyper real. Like, look at how, it's like a tech demo that you can play. I think we need to get away from that. I think we need to be more okay with just playing a video game that's unapologetically a video game. Not necessarily losing quality or anything, but just like not so focused on the stuff that costs hundreds of $millions to make look perfect. And we need to get back to the joy of play that I think Nintendo is so good at. Like, those Legend of Zelda games are janky. Like Tamagotchi Life is, the fuck even is that? It's ridiculous.
It's a weird one. I watched it extensively.
It's a weird game, and it's got nothing. It's arguably got nothing but rough edges. But people love it. And I think that's actually a great thing about Nintendo's audience, is that they, for all the shit talking that we do about, like, their platform and their shitty hardware, and, their audience understands the joy of software in this space in a way that I don't think that the other two do. I feel like we've gotten lost in the sauce of, like, chasing fidelity. And that's come to bite us in the ass, because it's made everything more expensive and for very little return in comparison. So I think everything needs to be shifting. I do think PlayStation should focus on AAA, but I also think AAA needs to downscale what AAA means.
There's this.
I don't think it's necessary.
Let me find it real quick. This is actually an interesting. I didn't include it because it's not really an important game, but there was a game that came out recently that everyone loved. Yeah. Luna Abyss. Do you know this game? It's a shooter, first-person shooter. I actually want to play it. It's from a studio called Quali Labs, Kwalee. It was in Game Pass, and it got really good reviews, and people liked it. And the game came out, and then it's like a AA or even an A first-person shooter, and then they just shut down. It's like, it's just, the era of A and AA games rose as tonics to a AAA space that simply couldn't keep up with demand, right? There were interstitial games for many generations. I say this all the time. We all know this. We grew up in these eras. In a time-crunched, game-crunched industry, you have to be pretty special, like a Vampire Crawlers or something like that, to get people's attention outside of the free-to-play major games, the tentpole games, the sports games. There's just too much. It would be, people always long for Japan studio, especially, and I'm like, you don't understand, like, or maybe you do understand, you're just refusing to really grapple with it, is like, there's no future in those games. Like, it makes no sense for Sony to create pipelines of having to support these games. And I'm not even talking about it from a developer perspective, but now you have to put PR on them. You have to market them. You have to manage them. Now we have to mock review them. Now we have to do this. Now we have to do that. These things stack up, and it never worked for them. Sony was putting game after game after game after game out all the way through most of the PS4 era.
Yeah.
That's why Santa Monica used to produce all the XDev stuff from America. There's a fucking dude. I could rattle off the amount of games that came from there that no one played. Bound, Counter Spy, Doki Doki Universe. Like there's Shadow of the Beast. There's a million of them. You could just, there's a shit ton. And they were coming out of XDev in Japan as well. And some of them out of Britain as well. And some of those worked and some of those didn't. But it's just like, I feel you and I hear you. I think Sony should just let other people make those games.
Yeah.
And if you really are passionate about a Kenna, which is a AA game, I would say, maybe they're trying to kind of get into AAA. Ember Labs is obviously a very talented studio. It's like, go make a relationship with them. Say, like, give us the game on PlayStation. We'll cover your marketing costs. We'll do the PR representation for you. We'll offset some of your costs. You don't have to do anything more than that. And you certainly don't have to invest in studios that make those games. And in terms of being first party, I hate to say it, it's over. Like, open your eyes. You didn't play Rain, right? A lot of you didn't play Tokyo Jungle. A lot of you didn't play Trash Panic.
Right.
Like, come on, man. We all existed in this universe. And those games had a chance because there was actually nothing coming out around them. Now you imagine releasing fucking Calling All Cars. today.
Oh my God. Yeah.
For what? Who's going to play it? All right.
I don't know.
The Diddler wrote in, as he sometimes does.
Oh, no.
He says, hey, guys, do you think the RE engine should get more praise? Since they use the same engine for every game, it's probably why their output is so high. What do you think about the RE engine? Do you have any thoughts?
I think it's a good engine. I think the thing with RE engine, though, is that like it's become immediately obvious to me when it shows up. You know, like it's not like surprising anymore.
Yeah, you recognized Resident Evil, I want to say. Veronica.
Yeah, it was just like you could tell by the hand. Or like I could like I've or even before that, or like not before that, but like just after that, like the face on that old lady, I was just like, oh, this is Resident Evil. And I knew that not only because it's just like, okay, this engine's really identifiable, but also there's context clues. Also, it's like if you were a new IP, you wouldn't be it's doing this slow lead up. You wouldn't be doing this slow burn. Like this has to be something that we know. So that kind of helps too. But like, it's a good engine. It's clearly very nimble. They're clearly able to do a lot very quickly, which is a very, very that's a very important feature that an engine needs to kind of have. They're able to iterate quickly, it seems. So I mean, it's a good engine. I don't have any qualms about it. It's definitely one of the better ones that I've interacted with, and I do like that I like that it's its own bespoke thing. I like when games feel distinctly themselves, and I think that's going to become less and less common as the industry moves forward.
Yeah, I won't presume to speak about this from a technical level because I'm unprepared to do that, but I will say the reason I wanted to use this inquiry was I do think Capcom deserves a lot of credit for normalizing the use internally of a static engine, and this can really pay dividends for your organization if you can figure it out. Obviously, this has tanked other developers. Look at Bethesda with the creation engine, and look at what happened with Telltale. They got completely fucked by their engine after a while. It was over for them. But if you can get it going and you create an engineering pipeline and something, this is what ICE used to be at, not the ICE everyone's talking about now, but ICE at Sony, the initiative for the common engine. The idea was to like get something for all of the studios. And I think the closest Sony has ever gotten to that in recent memory, obviously, is Decima.
Yeah.
But it can't be understated that if you have this is what's so impressive about Forza Tech working with Fable is like they've broken open this idea of multi-genreizing these technologies that save some significant money if you don't have to pay 5% licensing fees or even more and have all these tool sets. And then you have to hire people that specialize in these external tools. On the other hand, Capcom no doubt has RE engine experts. Now they won't be able to go anywhere and use that anywhere else, but they will be incredibly valuable. And this is what's happening with Decima as well. And why people are always like in the Netherlands trying to like get expertise about that. And Kojima's talked about that a little bit, specifically with Death Stranding too. So just from the capitalistic perspective, like they've done a really nice job of investing in something that really matters. Like it could be a differentiator between your game being profitable or not. It's like, our game's looking pretty good. Okay, do we pay our licensing fees and like all of our middleware fees? And it's like, no, not yet. Okay, now how are we looking? Oh, no, the game's in the red now. So Capcom just doesn't have to worry about that, and that's nice.
Yeah, that is true. There is I mean, they've got a really good system going.
Well, right. That's why I was saying with the creation engine, for instance, at Bethesda, that thing has fucked them beyond belief. Like, it's horrible. Starfield, it's like this feels like it's ancient. This game, we even playing it on PS5.
Yeah.
So it's not everything's good. And I brought up Telltale as the other example because that's just the most famous example I can think of where that engine started to degrade to such a degree that it was actually hysterical. Like what it was doing. I think we brought it up on the show somewhat recently that like Game of Thrones, when they released that game, it started to just delete people's saves and like do weird shit. It was crazy. Like that's what I think destroyed them.
Yeah, I think I feel I'm so weird with this stuff. I like the jankiness of like certain. I like when Creation Engine does something that makes no sense and feels janky and weird. Like I just because I like that it's distinct, and I value that more and more as we default to Unreal. I know CD Projekt Red is ditching Red Engine to go to Unreal for Witcher 4, I believe, and obviously Halo. Although Halo, I think is like that new Halo game. I think is like running the Halo Reach engine underneath a layer of Unreal or something. Like there's some weird thing going on with that game. But So I don't know. Like I know what people mean when they say like creation engine sucks and all those things, and that's not necessarily wrong. I think it's a double-edged sword, really, with that type of thing. Like Capcom obviously has it set because they've got a really nimble engine that seems to be easy to work with. It seems to be easy to iterate on. Not all engines are like that, obviously. I think Fable, like with Forza Tech, undoubtedly it's taken them a long time to figure out how to jerry-rig that engine to do an RPG. And I would imagine that's why it's taken so much time. Not only from an engine perspective, but just like trying to figure out how to design for a game like that as a studio that's only done, racing. I'm sure that was like a challenging thing. The issue that you run into, I guess, is that like you have all these hyper specialized talents that like really can't go anywhere. And so like when they're gone, it's like, where the fuck do they go? Like they don't have any. And that's kind of the benefit of Unreal. It's like you can your talent pool kind of widens because now everybody has this industry standard tool that they're familiar with, that they have access to at home. Like I have I can open up Unreal Engine right now and tinker around with it, which is cool. Like the accessibility of that, it allows people to practice. It widens your talent pool. It allows you to get help on things really quickly. It allows you to iterate a lot quicker. But you do lose a bespoke kind of quality. And so like it depends on what you value. I wonder if the benefits of not paying the licensing fees for an engine, like, is that better than spending like 3 more years than you thought you would have trying to figure it? You know what I mean? Like, what's the cost of, like, if you're building a game for 3 years and then that gets 3 years added onto it because the engine is bespoke and very finicky and very weird, like, is that better than just paying the licensing fees for an engine that's easier to work with, that only allows your game to have a 3-year development cycle? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I wonder if that's math that's done.
Yeah.
Because Fable's definitely in a predicament, I think. As far as like just from the sheer time that it's taken to develop this game. Not to say that it'll be bad or whatever. I think it'll be kind of cool actually, but that game's got to sell how many copies to make its money back? At this point, you figure like, because where's that studio? Where's Playground?
They're in the UK. They're in Sheffield, I think. I'll look.
Right. So like, I mean, that game's been in development for. Well, I guess they also have Forza bolstering them. They've put out Forza stuff. So like, I guess
Leamington Spa. That's actually like the hotbed of game development in England. So yeah. I mean, that game is undoubtedly very expensive at this point. But
right. Yeah.
Well, very interested to see how that all works out for them.
Yeah.
All right. Final inquiry comes from Herman's March, who says, Colin, in last week's episode, you decried anti-woke critics for selling out for little profit incentive, but I think you're missing the enormity of the cultural backlash. This noise isn't just coming from some niche of YouTube creators, from some of the biggest streamers like Asmin or XQC to Jaffe, the creator himself, even if unwittingly pointed out the obvious trend of male replacement. Not that female main characters, FEMCs, I've never seen that in my life, are generally a problem. When the industry has routinely dismissed or berated their core audience for noticing the pattern, anything that looks woke or feminine in a masculine franchise will drive gamers up the wall. I'd ask that you keep an open mind and find goodwill critics such as Luke Stevens, in my opinion. I'm not going to find any critics necessarily because I don't give a shit really about this argument in a deep way. It's not to be dismissive as much as it's to say like it's just not something that's naturally interesting to me, and so I'm not going to get too crazy about it. But Herman's March, I wanted to be clear about something. I'm not saying that there aren't people out there making an enormous amount of money doing this stuff. What I'm saying is that the people you often hear about, like, stop, he's making money off of you, like the normal suspects, those people, I'm like, no, they're not. And that Chris and I have talked about this privately and publicly. Chris knows better than anyone what people are making on YouTube. He has a great intuition for it. And he's very experienced on the platform. It's like, yeah, of course, people like Asmongold and all those guys. First of all, I don't really know much about that guy, but I have heard him speak, and I'm like, he's eloquent. He can articulate his opinions. You might not agree with what he says or I don't know. But it's like, I heard him speak for the first time. I'm like, well, he's not nearly as crazy as everyone was saying he is. I can see why a person like that would make a lot of money. That's not the kind of person I'm really talking about. I'm talking about like the bottom of the barrel barnacle like creatures that are selling out for nothing. And then people, when you bring up their names, everyone's like, you're just making them more famous or you're giving them attention. I'm like, dude, you at a normal office job are making more money than them. So just think about that. Next time you think that everyone That is, in fact, Herman's March, I'm kind of making a case for you in that, like, the grifting angle in quotes, I think, is a little disingenuous, because grifting for what? You could just go get a job and make the same amount of money. You're not making that much money if you have to crowdfund your lawsuit. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
I'm not saying lawsuits are cheap. I'm saying people that make, you think Asmongold, if he got sued by someone, would crowdfund it?
Right.
That to me is the difference. And I'm not trying to make fun of anyone's financial position as much as I'm saying you don't, for all of the Asmongold, I don't even know who XQC is, but like, so these bigger people that do that sort of thing, it's awesome. There are a lot of grifting know-nothings that do it almost for free. That's what I'm saying. And that's the difference. And that's the embarrassment of it, in my opinion. Right. So that's what I wanted to say that, because I want to be clear about that. It's not that, of course, there are people making a lot of money on this, but not the people you think, or at least a lot of the people they think say. It's like, these people stream for 100 people and get super chats and do all that kind of stuff. You probably make more money at your fucking shift. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as like the enormity of the cultural backlash, like I don't know, dude. I think I'm at a place, and again, because I've watched these spaces for a very, very long time. Like I've been in the weeds. I've been in rooms with some of the people who are huge now, and I knew them when they were normal, and I've heard the way they talk, and I've been behind closed doors with them. And it just kind of like, I just know intuitively that it's just like, I just don't buy it. Like there's a lot of this is performative. A lot of it is just for money. And I'm also just kind of, quite frankly, like not very impressed now, seeing, like, when I was younger, I was impressed by people who did well. And then I was in rooms with people who did well, and I became significantly less impressed. Like, good for Asmongold, he's making a lot of money, and XQC, and, you know, like, fine. But it doesn't inherently imply a level of validity, or it doesn't imply a level of intellect, or it doesn't imply a level of knowledge about a subject. I've seen how far people can coast with, like, fucking no knowledge of anything. It kind of blows my mind. Like, there was with respect, and I want to be respectful here. Like, there's a Destiny creator who I've been watching for quite a while. His name's Aztecross. He's like, he would make videos about builds, and he's like, kind of, he knows a lot about Destiny. And he was giving he tweeted something about, like, how, like, oh, Sony laying Bungie off has nothing to do with business. It's just revenge or whatever. And I'm like, you must know more. So either you're pretending to not know this, or you're pretending to not understand, like, the obvious facts of the industry, which is, like, no one does anything. No one tanks a company for revenge that they spend billions. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it's intrinsically stupid. Or you just straight up don't know what you're talking about. And I kind of don't know what's scarier. That's the most disappointing thing to me. It's like, either way, it's bad. Because either people are incentivized to pretend they're stupid because it's more interesting to people, and that's what gets clicks, and that's what people aspire to be now, stupid, or people are just not knowledgeable about anything that they're talking about, and they're finding success in it anyway. So, like, I don't know. I a lot of it just kind of, I glaze over for a lot of this stuff, because it's just like, okay, you have a problem. People are making videos about a lot of female characters in video games, and people are angry about it. It's like, okay, fine, but it doesn't mean it's justifiable anger, and it doesn't mean I care about it.
Yeah, well said.
You know.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I don't. It's like I believe I'm interested in many things, and I think it's interesting enough to, like, see what people are saying. But I think it's just so predictable and rote that, and many of the champions of it, so bankrupt, morally, intellectually, whatever. I think that a lot of these people, especially these smaller people, like, again, the Asmongold guy, in hearing him speak, I'm like, you put him in a room with that Smash JT guy, and is it Smash? Is it T? I don't even know which one's the real one now.
Yeah, I don't know. I
think that might actually be the real name. Like, Asmongold's probably 10 times smarter than him. And that's kind of the point I'm making. It's not a defense of a person I don't really listen to either. It's to say, like, there are different echelons that become quickly and obviously clear to one that listens or and as I did, interacts with these people, and you realize, wow, these people are dumb as fucking rocks, and you're almost giving them too much credit. Like, you think that it's like, this guy is like the fucking Scrooge McDuck in the gold coins. I'm like, no, he's not. And that's the point I was making about very specific people, where I'm like, no, you'd be surprised. And I don't believe, I'm not saying he's making peanuts. I'm saying, like, would you sell your soul like that to make $100,000 a year? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Not for nothing. I wouldn't. And I think that's like the max of what he might make. And I'm not saying that that's not a lot of money. I'm saying, look at what the cost is, dude. Look at how much of a clown these people look like. Look at how stupid, like, just.
It's hard. It's hard for me to respect, because as somebody who had the opportunity to sell it for way more and didn't, like, it's just like, I look at it and I'm just like, what are you doing?
Me too.
What are you doing? And Asmund, like, I do think he's smarter than Smash JT. I also, like, I don't know. I've seen a lot of Asmund over the years, and I think he's also kind of like a little bit dim, but it's also like, he's not borderline disabled. That's what feels bad about Smash JT. It's like, I don't know how to feel about it, because I think he might be just genuinely retarded. So like, there is, like, I mean, I really mean that. Like, I think there's something, like, it feels kind of mean, but
it's funny. I said that on the show, right? When I was on his show, I felt that way, where I'm like, I feel like this is kind of like, we're not in the same weight class, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead to you, but it's like, you are not on the level.
No.
And there is some, but he's so pernicious and aggressive to people and so annoying that, like, you can't help but criticize that level of interactivity, like, he is so, I mean, I don't really know what he does on a day-to-day basis, but in my experience with him, it's like, damn, you really, I don't know, dude. Like, it's rough. You don't meet people like that in your adult life very much. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but you don't. Like, you don't meet people very much in your adult life where you're like, holy fuck. Like,
no, rarely, if ever. If you go outside, you don't run into these people. So it really is fucking fascinating.
So I don't know what to do about it either. Sometimes when I'm dealing with it, I'm like, oh my God, like, it's worse than I thought, you know? And so how can one not help but, and some people be like, oh, the attention helps them and all that. I'm like, maybe it does, but I'm actually of the mind that you have to fight for your space. And also, not all attention's good attention. And if those kinds of appearances, like, follow a person and you do it over and over again, that becomes their whole, then you become like a lol cow. And then you have to ask yourself, like, is that how you want to live your life? Because usually people in that experience, that's all they can do. So then that's like a total trap, you know? I'm not trying to count other people's money at the end of the day. I'm just telling you, like, you would have to pay me extraordinarily better than that to sell out like that. And like Chris said, like, I've also been offered money to sell it. Now, not selling out has been even better for me, but it's like, it didn't have to be that way. It's very easy to take that money. It's just surprising what people will do for so little. Maybe that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, and I really don't care how much money you're making. Like, to me, it's just like, it's embarrassing. There's either one of two possibilities. Either you are legitimately deeply perturbed by a trans ghost in the skyline of the box art for Halo Campaign Evolved. Either that's genuinely a thing that you're experiencing, where you're like experiencing this like psychosis, or you're pretending to, for an audience of people that you know are just stupid and are going to eat it up.
And that's
neither of those are like good or interesting, or they're interesting. I shouldn't say interesting. Neither of those are enviable positions to be in my opinion. Like, either you're insane or you're pretending to be insane for money, and it's like, I'm good.
I've seen a few people say too, like, well, why do you talk bad about some of these audiences? Like, why do you want to alienate people? And I'm like, generally, I don't want to alienate people. The thing is that if you watch that level of content earnestly and you like it and you're into it, it is impossible for me to understand how you could possibly listen to this show.
Right. Yeah.
Like, we're not the same. We don't have the same, like, there can't be crossover. It's impossible. You can't listen to something like this or anything in our network where people that actually play and understand video games talk about video games and then listen to that and then vacillate back and forth and be like, oh, I don't like the way you treat that person. It's like, I think you're in the wrong place. I think you fell here somewhere from the sky, like a stork dropped you or something, because I don't know. So that's why I'm also comfortable doing it. It's like, we're not going to the same audiences. There's no way. Like the average IQ of the people that listen earnestly, it's like the purple box art. Like that kind of shit, that's like we're talking about in the 80s for your IQ at the most. And that to me that's like, you're like an elementary school student or something.
It's it's like self-evident in a lot of ways that the audience overlap is not there. That's why I'm okay with like alienating certain people, because I feel like it's kind of one of those things where it's just like, I've said this before, a lot of people are really eager to squeeze into shoes that don't fit them. Right, where if I'm talking about people who are like freaking out about, like actually freaking out about like the bisexual lighting in Halo or whatever, and people are offended by that, I'm only left to assume that you consider yourself one of those people, in which case you're not watching me anyway. So like I can't care. There's enough people, and there's plenty of audiences.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. All right, Chris, that's all we have. Show's over. Dustin, don't ever come back. We were fine without you. No, we miss you, Dustin.
Yeah. And
we'll have you back whenever you're ready. But Chris, this was fun. It was good to talk to you and good to see you as always. Any closing comments before we go?
No, man. What's today looking like? It's Thursday. I feel like I definitely have stuff to do. I have to check my calendar. I haven't looked at it in a while.
You still have your calendar on your fridge?
Yeah. I have like a dry, well, not a dry erase. I have like a liquid chalk kind of clear calendar that I just use because I hate having to replace, because I understand. Like it's like modular, but I've been kind of like lazy with like keeping it updated. So I've tried in the last couple of days, but I've got a busy week. I know VidCon is happening.
Oh,
I don't know if I'll go. I don't think I'm gonna go, but like I think people are gonna be in town and around, so I'll probably be making the rounds, seeing some people over the course of the next week or two. But outside of that, just more Crazy Taxi. I don't know.
Crazy. Cool.
Crazy Taxi. Make some crazy money.
Don't mind if I do.
Love it.
Yeah, for me, I'm just gonna, I don't know, maybe it's 89 degrees out, it's hot, man. I'm gonna maybe walk the dogs or something, and I gotta work out and gotta get back to Pragmata and continue taking my notes, prepare for the spoiler cast tomorrow. The day this goes live on Patreon, the US plays its second World Cup game, so I'm also looking forward to that, seeing what that's all about. And yeah, pretty much that's it. So, and Father's Day this weekend as well.
Oh, that's right.
So happy Father's Day to everyone out there, all the fathers.
To Dustin especially, yes, of course. All right, Chris, well, good to see you. Appreciate you. See you next week. And we'll see everyone out there next week as well. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of all things we do here. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia and lastdaymedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye. Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.